Dr. Octavius right there. AI companies already regularly catch their models trying to escape the lab. They already catch them blackmailing employees. Yeah, I've heard that about them blackmailing. But one AI thing was they created a scenario where it committed a crime and it was blackmailing people, sending emails to get out of the situation they were in this crime, and it was scary to say the least. And shut down. They already catch them, literally attempted to murder employees. Yeah, that's the one I heard. What do you think happens when they're smart enough to actually get away with it? When it's not.
Fear? No.
Sure, buy that cup and save up to $1,000 a year on your car insurance.
Benadryl for allergy relief and cold relief in one pill. Bring it.
You finished most of the forms and it costs less than cascade. This just makes sense.
It makes sense because one thing is better than finished.
Oh,
It costs less per wash. That's why it makes sense.
attention. Finishes looking clean and it's more concerned. That's the first thing that I notice about you. Level up the farm sandwich. Please, and finish every time. It's bad as the level 1 brand of steak before this. No need to pay more for the brands. Farm solid is finished instant rapid. What happens next after the supernatural AI is enslaved depends on the brains. Do they cure disease and poverty and build a global utopia? Or do they set themselves up as gods, with the rest of us reduced to playthings, servants, or worse? The situation would be much like those stories, where a man gains control over an omnipotent genie and grants his wishes, and storytellers throughout the ages have had no difficulty imagining ways in which this could end badly. Next up, the benevolent dictator. Here, a single superintelligent god runs the world and enforces that doesn't sound good to me in order to maximize human flourishing. Humans live in luxury. But to me, all this stuff just looks and sounds demonic. It really does. I don't like the sound of any of it. All their benefits takes care of it. There's no crime. Because the dictator AI is a global surveillance system. Everyone wears bracelets or implants that can track, sedate, or execute them. Now, and most people are actually confused. Because in choose of giving up control of the future of our species, Earth becomes a zoo where humans get to live their wildest fantasies. The benevolent dictator AI recognizes that humans have different preferences. So it divides the Earth into different sectors. Think of them as islands. Knowledge offers optimized education, including immersive VR experiences. You can even ask the AI not to tell certain insights, so you can have the joy of discovering them yourself. Art Island is for creating and sharing music, literature, and so on. Then there's Humanistic Island, which is a 24/7 party. The highest island, there's one human and rules are strictly enforced. There's Wildlife Island. There's Traditional Island. Think young. Yeah, stick me on the Flip and Wildlife Island. That's probably the one I'd go to. Gaming Island? No, that one. Of course. Prison Island. Gaming Island all day. Trainer, unless you get to this death penalty. Well, what happens when you give everyone everything they want? Over time, people likely trend towards losing themselves in AI-driven entertainment, like in Walmart. Humans are hopelessly outmatched when it comes to scientific discovery or doing anything useful at all. So there's no calendar. Up next, gatekeeper AI. The idea here is simple. Create one super intelligent AI with a senior job. Stop anyone else from building best AI. That's it. No curing cancer, no ending poverty, no stopping. I just can't see anything good coming from this. I really can't. And all these people are saying, yeah, we're building AI, but don't worry, it'll be smarter than us. And, but they'll still be subservient to us. It's fine, don't worry. I don't trust these people. I just don't see anything good. It's like flipping iRobot. They just press a button, and all these robots just glow red, and then it's blasting time for them. I don't like the sound of that.
Wars, just surveillance, monitoring, making sure nobody builds and by the God. Everything else, like crime, scenes, whether we blow ourselves up, that's still on us. On the agents. The gatekeeper AI would have this very simple goal built into it in such a way that it retained it while undergoing versus self-improvement, intelligence. It would then deploy the least intrusive and disruptive surveillance technology possible to monitor any human nature is like a superintelligence. But this to work, we'd have to solve the lightning problem. We'd have to create a god that actually stays loyal and decides to pursue that goal forever, even though it can pursue a million different goals. So what if the AI could help just a little, just enough to nudge us in the right direction without taking over?
How do we know that?
Enter the protector god. This one is simple. So the gatekeeper just alone, and the benevolent dictator runs everything. But the protector god is in between. It intervenes with occasional nudges to help us out. Prevents a war here, a pandemic there, and so on. Two around. We still get wars, pandemics, suffering that could have been prevented. It does this so quietly that we never notice and never lose our sense of freedom. Now, here's a future that sounds like an obvious dystopia. AI surpasses us in every domain and becomes an advanced species.
Yeah, I think
Humanity goes extinct. Machines inherit the earth.
this just sounds like Terminator to me, doesn't it? That's what I'm going with. The world was a better place without AI, wasn't it? And you can see it in society as well. Like, humans are just better off without it, I think. On the scale it is now, it's just more damaging than good, in my opinion.
But view the AI like our descendants rather than our co-creators. This sounds insane, and yet many AI developers seriously advocate for exactly this. This is their original point. Their reason is that if we create conscious, intelligent beings and instill them with our values, then we can just let them inherit the future, just like we would with humans. Now, AI pioneer Hans Morgenthau supports this in his book, Mind Children. Mind Children explains, parents with a child smarter than them, who learns from them, and accomplishes what they only dream of, are likely happy and proud, even if they know they can't live to see it all. In this spirit, AIs replace humans, but give us a graceful exit that makes us human as our worthy descendants. Richard Stein, winner of the Turing Award, the Nobel Prize in Computer Science, has spent the last decade openly giving talks on why human extinction by AI is actually a more good thing, because the AIs will be more evolutionarily fit than us.
We are in the midst of a major step in the evolution of the planet, if not the universe, succession to an ally, to an enemy. Rather quickly, it will displace this existence.
I know they can mention pandemics, and I've said this many times, a lot of them are pandemics. Yeah. None of this sounds good to me.
Proves us give them every advantage and to dialogue no longer. And just as we failed to coexist with our predecessors, is it so bad that humans are not the final form of intelligent life in the universe,
In other words, he is saying it's good if AIs wipe us out, like humans wiped out Neanderthals and Aboriginal humans.
It's crazy because we have no say in our future, do we, whatsoever? They just laugh in our faces. We've got no say in our future. We've just got to leave it up to these psychopaths. A lot of them are.
It's evolutionary progress. And here's another AI developer openly saying, if an AI superintelligence wants to cause extinction, I would help it.
What do you mean you would help
I would
it?
help it. I would travel the world to find information that the AI needed, like locations of military assets, samples of their inhabitants, atomic brave, and even greater civilization. Or,
Jeez.
are we the baddies? So of course,
Oh, we the baddies.
advocating against AI safety. They're literally anti-human. They will never stop overseeing consciousness unless they're restrained by civil society, by us. As horrifying as this is, roughly 10% of AI researchers believe this. It is not a good view. You think that people would never share these views like this openly. But these views are so widespread in AI that they feel safe to do so. That's how different the views are of those AI developers compared to those of normal people. You might think that Sutton would get shouted off the stage at AI conferences. But it's applause. Threaten one person, you can help. Threaten 100, call the police. Threaten millions, monster. But build machines to end all of humanity and lecture people on how it's
Yeah, that's crazy.
What a fascinating philosophical position. Have an award.
There's a lot of people just advocating for their own downfall. Like I say, there's a lot of people who I've seen that chip that they're going to put in your brain. A lot of people say, oh, when that comes out, I'm going to get it straight away. It's going to make my life easier. Like, you've got to be crazy to get that.
Next, libertarian culture. Picture Earth divided into zones.
You know,
Machine
some
zones.
people will be desperate enough because their life sucks enough. They'll be desperate enough to take that chance.
Like,
It's the nature of it. Some people are mentally strong enough for adulthood and all the changes that come with it, and some people break. It's just becoming more and more likely that people are going to break from the reality of adulthood than the other way around. So honestly, I feel like if everybody would just follow their own hobbies and do what they like to do in their free time, that'll help deal with that mental stress of everything changing so fast. I give it 10 years and walking robots will just be a normal thing. Like when I say normal, I mean like cost less than less than a new PC, you know, and be an in-house companion. So a lot of people won't even want to date anymore because they'll be like, well, I mean, I got somebody to help me with the chores and do the stuff I need help with. I'm good. Huh.
That is what they worship. I don't have that. I trust in God no matter what happens.
I imagine the smart house is gonna be bigger than the robot will be. It'll be a smart house. Everybody have smart houses first, and then in-house robots that they plug in and help clean the house and whatnot.
Possible, but it makes you. The AI does not hate you, nor does it love you. But if you're made of atoms, you can use or something else. On that realm, the humans do not hate the other 8 human species, but their habitats are made of atoms, which humans can use for something else. Some people think that once AIs are smart enough, they'll magically become super moral, and they won't harm us like harm the animals.
Yeah.
So maybe. But as humans got smarter,
Maybe.
Yeah, treat the earth and the animals that live on it in their habitats. Yeah, we're not exactly a nice bunch, are we?
2,000 years, we didn't stop expanding. We mostly just colonized more and more planets. Get this, insect populations collapsed 41% this decade alone.
Jeez.
Yeah, we don't care. Did you know? I didn't know 41%. Sit with that for a minute. Imagine if nearly half of the people on Earth study and die. That's what the insects are going through right now to us. So what if the AI did us what we did insects? And this is why OpenAI chief scientist Ilya Sutskever once said,
And I think it's pretty likely that that surface of the Earth will probably be solar panels and data centers.
With 0.9% APR, plus current eligible non-GM owners get up to $1,750 purchase allowance on Envision. AJ, we're leaving.
This world is spicy now.
I think I'm gonna stay. What?
Boy, I'm talking to my own spice, not you.
next up, egalitarian utopia. Okay, so libertarian utopia fails because AI's march called them to be bound by our property rights. But what if we could this entirely? Forget about property rights. What about no property at all? This Star Trek 3. Humans and cyborgs and AIs coexist peacefully through an abundance so complete that ownership becomes meaningless. The logic starts with software. Software is for the copy. Once something can be copied infinitely at zero cost, ownership becomes moot. And cost reflects scarcity. If supply is unlimited, price approaches zero. No patents, no copyrights, no trademarks. People simply share their good ideas and equitable benefits. But how does this extend to physical things? It seems like an impossible problem until you realize that all products are simply atoms, rearranged in particular ways. And there's no shortage of atoms. A network of robots can build anything you want.
The thing is, all this robot AI stuff, if it was up to most people, they would want their own land, growing their own crops, and have a family, have a few animals, right? Most people just want to live off grid and live off the land. They're not. Most of the working class people don't want this stuff. But our future, like I said earlier, our future is being controlled and forged by these politicians and billionaires that don't have our best interest at heart. They prove that time and time again. And there's a lot of people who say they trust these people. Like I said, if it was up to most people, they don't want to live this way, and they don't want all this stuff that they're talking about is coming in the near future.
Designs. Essentially, we're pretty not bad when you're done with something. Robots rearrange the atoms.
I remember that.
Renewable energy makes the whole system.
To be fair, that would be cool. If you had like a scanner thing that said, I would go up to it in the morning and say, give me 4 eggs and 2 steaks. And maybe a cup of tea as well. Yeah, not gonna lie. That would be pretty cool.
Right, and additional cost. Everyone gets a monthly universal high income, not a universal basic income. There's no incentive to earn more. Income is any reasonable need, and you can't compete with it anyway. The standard objection is that this would form innovation. But Einstein didn't come up with relativity for money. Linus Torvalds didn't for profits. Many people today can't realize their creative potential because they're busy earning a living. And hidden from that,
Ain't that the
they might
truth?
get a higher level of innovation. This is a utopian vision that is too good to last. If we truly had post scarcity abundance and intelligence too cheap to meter, what prevents someone from creating an artificial superintelligence with their endlessly abundant resources? We're still left.
Well, think of the stuff that they have now. What is it that you guys might know? Isn't it like the 50-year rule or 30-year rule or something like that? Stuff they're making now, like top secret stuff. They can only declare it 50 years from when it's made or something. I've probably got that wrong. I know it's something like that, but think of the stuff they have now, which in 50 years will be told about.
if we're ever told about, that's a crazy thought. So stuff that's like super high tech we've seen in the world now, they were building that 50 years ago. They had one 50 years ago. But when we were told about it, that's a crazy thought, really.
With the point of how to start a supercharged AI from just normal. Maybe by using the gatekeepers discussed. These galaxy brains level computers
Okay, activate the jukebox.
AIs, and every single one of them has a fatal flaw. The power asymmetries will become too extreme. It's not a state of equilibrium where humans preserve their power. We're now descending into the darkest part of the iceberg. Remember when I said extinction wasn't rated as the worst outcome when Professor Technology surveyed people? The scenario people feared most was being kept alive by super intelligent machines.
Yeah.
Captive and studied, like animals in a zoo. This is that the super intelligent AI keeps humans around, not because it cares about our well-being, maybe it wants to study.
Yeah.
Or should keep alive. Or maybe we're useful for something. And I want to see just how dystopian this can be. Look at only two species that are useful to us. What I'm showing,
Well, do you know what I found interesting? So I've watched a lot of stuff on like Area 51 and things like that, and it just reminded me seeing that clip of that guy coming out of the, he's got all those wires hanging out of him. He comes out of the water and sees other humans next to him. There's people who say that they've been in contact with aliens. There's a lot of people who say that, but there's people in Area 51. There's a lot of people who believe that they have artificial intelligence in there, um, like crafts and aliens as well being there. There's a lot of people who don't believe it, and there's a lot of people who do, right? But I do find it interesting how they say multiple people have said that these aliens refer to humans as containers, which I find interesting. Vessels, containers, because we have a soul. Because we have a soul, they just see us as containers, which I find very interesting, whether people believe it or not, but I thought that's pretty cool.
is 100% real. Humans figured out that a great way to detect explosives in airports was to train humans to the job. Welcome to the Honeybee College for Explosive Detection. So we suck them out of their homes, trap their little bodies in machines, and use have local conditioning to train them to detect chemicals that are used in explosives. Rows and rows of bees live their entire
I never
lives
knew this.
in these devices because my factors
Yeah, I wish.
This.
suck. Now imagine that's us.
Yeah.
This is much worse than the other AI dictators we discussed. It's a benevolent dictator without the benevolence. And the AI might not even be doing this because it's well, this is what our future could look like if we try to align super intelligent AI to our values and fail.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to work.
When we design AI, task of keeping humans safe and happy. How do you apply this to a happiness factor? VR headsets and drugs. Forever. There are AGI outcomes worse than death. What it does today regards the tomorrow with flesh. Future AGI revive and living in a state. So how do we prevent this? Enter our last futures. Option one. Explore the technology. What if humanity said, forget AI, and let's go back to simpler
It's
times?
not going to happen.
It sounds peaceful, it sounds safe, but there's actually a dark secret about how we actually get there.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
In June, humans launched the butt-bearing jihad. They rose up, destroyed every AI universe, and made it illegal to ever build machines again under penalty of death. That was science fiction. But some people are seriously calling for this in the real world.
It's not going to happen.
Last Mark had that a scenario where a massive propaganda campaign romanticizes the simple formula.
We've got to make sure we keep going to work, paying our bills, paying our taxes, so we can fund this very stuff, which inevitably it could be the downfall. We don't have a say. We don't have a say in anything. We've just got to keep doing what we're doing, otherwise they'll throw us in jail as well.
Back to the land. Reject modernity and embrace tradition. There is something appealing about this in the dark web. It buys humanity more time without AI risk. It avoids any of the other dystopian futures we've discussed. But it can't last forever. Even if we revert to medieval levels of technology, we know from human history that it's possible for humans to climb out of those conditions and invent modern technology. And there's another dark side to this. Can't reach this world militarily. Game theory makes unilateral disarmament possible. If one country gives up technology, while others keep developing it, the country that keeps developing it wins. They have the weapons, they have the surveillance, they have the AI. You can't opt out unless everything comes out. If this world arrives, Techmark thinks it's more likely to happen in a different way. For example, a human-created pandemic kills everyone who knows how to build technology. And there's a violent teardown of factories, cities, and all of infrastructure. Because in a world with 8 billion humans, there will always be holdups. Someone has to force the transition. Someone has to kill the scientists. Someone has to destroy the infrastructure. There's no peaceful power.
Well, we're already seeing that. We're seeing a lot of scientists who just randomly go missing as they're coming up with something. That's something that isn't new.
Which brings us to the final future. What if we use the technology to prevent more technology? Techmark compares this future to 1904. Superintelligence is prevented not by an AI, but a human-led or surveillance state. If you can't trust AI to save us from AI, maybe the only option is humans watching humans forever. The technology for this sort of thing already exists.
Aren't they already doing that, really? They're already kind of doing that. You know, it's weird. Like, I was having this conversation with some family members the other day, and you know how you'll be talking about buying something, you'll be talking about it, not researching it, you'll be talking about it in a room. Like, I don't know, I want to buy a new, I'm trying to think of something random, like a new Xbox controller. I'm saying that because there's one there, right? And then you go on your phone later on, and all of a sudden you're getting adverts for Xbox controllers, and you're getting recommended Xbox controllers. Like, those phones, you know how you can hold a button and you can speak to the phone and it hears you, and you can say do this and it will do it. Like, people think that that button is just manually pressed. Those phones are listening to us all the time. I believe those phones are listening to us all the time. I don't think a push of a button just makes them listen. I think that that's a 24/7 thing.
Kurt's attack can easily track every phone call, email, search query, and every credit card transaction. Smartphones are microphones with cameras in everyone's pockets. Security cameras with facial recognition are everywhere. And all this works with current machine learning. No futuristic intelligent AI required. Prisons are
Close
already
part.
using AI models to monitor phone calls in prison
Can we
to
get
predict when
groundwork?
clients are contemplating.
Hmm. Turf.
Milligram, a flexible low dose of 24-hour allergy relief.
Should be trust. Let's try. Great out of minority report. Imagine this, but not just for prisoners. Every conversation and every thought is monitored. imagine this surveillance technology supercharged with AI. Billionaire Larry Ellison talks excitedly about a vast AI field.
Another billionaire talking, being excited about AI. Another person who demands we trust him. Yeah, well, we ain't really buying it, are we?
To ensure citizens will be on their best behavior. Or, as Yuval Harari put it,
Now, for the first time in history, it is technically possible to annihilate privacy. If you think about the totalitarian regimes, throughout history they always wanted to monitor their citizens around the clock, but this was technically impossible. Even in the Soviet Union, you have 200 million Soviet citizens. You can't follow them all the time because the KGB didn't have 200 million agents. And even if the KGB somehow got 200 million agents, that's not enough. Because, in the Soviet Union, it's still basically paper bureaucracy. If a secret agent followed you around 24 hours a day, at the end of the day, they write a paper report about you and send it to KGB headquarters in Moscow. So imagine, every day, KGB headquarters is flooded with 200 million paper reports. Now, to be useful for anything, somebody needs to read and analyze them. They can't do it, they don't have the analysts. Therefore, even in the Soviet Union, some level of privacy was still the default.
and remember, you have 2 eyes and ears. AIs will have billions of eyes and ears.
Yeah.
Every phone, microphone, and camera, every webcam, every surveillance camera will be watched. Could a less Orwellian version of this work? Maybe we don't monitor everything, but just monitor advanced AI. Some people think so. In their new book, If Anyone Builds It, Everyone Dies, Why Superhuman AI Would Kill Us All, researchers at the Machine Intelligence Research Institute are proposing that we monitor advanced AI like we monitor weapons. Reminder, we can do international coordination, like keep an eye on the $100 million compute clusters, without creating a dystopian Orwellian global surveillance totalitarian regime. Actually, fun fact, you're already living in a global surveillance regime for loads of things, like nukes and bioweapons. But when people say global surveillance regime, they imply every aspect of life is surveilled, not keep an eye on enriched uranium. They think,
Well, it's like with Facebook, for example. Remember when that came out and everyone was signing up to it straight away, telling people their address, date of birth, who's your brother, who's your mum, who's your girlfriend, where you live, where do you study, where do you work, uploading photos of those people, tagging them, and they said later on that that was what the CIA invented to help track people. Facebook was that. They disguised it as like a social media app where you can connect with friends, but it was the CIA who made it. Makes sense.
most people agree is good. We should worry about Orwellian dystopias, but countries coordinate all the time on all kinds of things. And you're probably glad they monitor stuff when states need to create super Ebola. Safety is an achievement. Humanity didn't get here by driving a car without brakes. We need gas and brakes. We want to reach the stars too, but we'll never get there if we go too fast and crash all the way.
And fear is a powerful thing. Fear, you can make people do whatever you ask. And they definitely use that against us. Fear is a powerful weapon they use.
I don't want powerful AI to be forbidden, but it should be heavily regulated. Not something you can build in a Midwestern garage.
Or, yeah, but I don't trust them to do that. I really don't. And I think a lot of you guys can agree.
In North Korea. International treaties with strict enforcement and inspections, as we do in the news. So if you build a rogue data center, people will know. Consequences or violations. Already did this with nuclear weapons. We haven't eliminated nukes, but we have prevented their proliferation to just 9 countries. Back then, people thought this would be impossible. Surely every country would have nukes, perhaps even thousands of corporations, maybe even millions of people. But no, just 9 countries.
But how do we know that's true? How do we know that's true, though? To be honest.
Nobody decides to do it. Who would use the same with AI? Maybe, maybe not. Over time, AI will get cheaper to build. GPUs are harder to control than originally made, but it would slow down AI. It would always time to figure out what to do. Okay, that's all wrong. Let me know in the comments which of these you think is most likely. Which one do you think is steer toward? Looking at this, I mean, my initial thought was the top one, actually, self-destruction. I always believe that humans are the biggest enemy to humans. You know, we're going to be the thing that sends us extinct. But looking at the other ones, I mean, all of them are possible, but self-destruction for sure is a possibility. There's just so many things we can wipe ourselves out with.
Miguel.
Zookeeper, again,
Miguel.
they're all possible, but
Pa,
when
pa,
they were all
pa,
younger
pa, pa, pa,
and
pa,
they told us
pa,
what would be
pa,
about,
pa,
say, in
pa, pa,
2026, a
pa,
lot of us
ka,
won't
ka,
know
ka, ka.
what
We
it
got
means
some late night
so
training
any of
going
these
on
are possible,
tonight.
to be
Got some
honest.
late night training going
Gatekeeper
on.
AI,
That's right.
all this stuff like enslaved God, protector God, people worshipping AI like it is a god is a scary thing, man. And in
Hey,
reality,
hey,
over
welcome,
time, look, a
welcome,
lot of
welcome
people
to the
say
chat.
AI
Welcome
will
to the
master the
stream.
beast
Welcome
that's
to the
programmed in
game.
with chips in people's
Welcome
heads.
to
I would
the
not want to be
club.
these people. It don't
What's
matter
up?
how much money you've got, £1 billion, £1 trillion. That, you can't take money with you when you die. And they're playing a big game, trying to play God and make a God for that matter. I'm putting all my chips on Jesus for me. Because to me, it feels like the world is being run by demonic, infested maniacs. A lot of these people are psychopaths, and they keep saying that, other people, humans, they have their best interest at heart, but they don't really show that, do they? A lot of the pandemics that have happened, we know they've lied to us about so many different things. But I just don't find any reason to trust these people. I really don't.
Wait, there's bots in Umamasume now? I mean, I guess. I mean, that makes sense that somebody that likes making, you know, AI would make a bot for this game. I mean, they make bots for any other people make bots for any other game. So bot accounts. Mm.
See how it works. I mean, we should see like all the top clubs start losing a lot of players as we got this announcement here. In order to ensure a pleasant experience for all our players, we will be more stringently enforcing the terms of use to prevent illicit behavior. We have confirmed incidents of user activities such as account trading, bot accounts, and the use of external tools or other unofficial modifications, which are strictly prohibited by the terms of use. Accounts found engaging in such activities will be suspended. Thank you to all our players who contribute to making Umamasume a pretty derby, fair and fun experience for everyone. And so that'll be very, very big. And Loot Bar, yes. Hey, I've always said, and I'm one of the, I'd say, do not touch that. I get the offers on Loot Bar all the time, which is kind of funny. But that is massive. Now, we'll have to see if they're actually going to enforce it because all the botters, especially in those top clubs, are very obvious. And
Of course, yeah, the top club botters are the ones, bro. It's gonna be crazy. We're gonna go up. My club's gonna go up in rank finally after they start enforcing this botting rule. No more account trading. No more account swapping. You know, No more modding accounts to where you have infinite money glitches or infinite training glitches or none of that shit. No more.
I mean, it'll be fairly obvious, and it is against the terms of service. You never know when they're going to do something like this. So it is good to see that they're going to act on it. We'll just have to see that they're serious because all the ones that are doing it, at
She
least on
needs
the
to
core
run 2
side
power,
stand,
2
are
strength, and 2
very,
speed.
very obvious. So they should all disappear. Hopefully, we don't see a lot of the good parents disappear. That would be kind of bad. If we're like looking at all the parents that are really good, just start disappearing. Highly doubt it. Most of the ones that have good parents, I know some of the people that are actually viewers, and I know they're, well, I can't say I know, but they're very unlikely to be body. But yeah, just a good announcement. I thought I'd make a quick video on it, so we'll have to see what comes of this.
I'm gonna get myself
But
20
yeah,
wit. That'll work.
hopefully this will.
A child. I yearn for the mind. I yearn for the cry. Yeah, you see, in every game I play, if there are crimes I can commit, it is my moral duty to do it all, whether it be Club Penguin, The Sims, or Ribbon Feet. And with Anime GT released, it was finally my time to shine. If you are sleeping, we are going to commit all crimes possible, the lowest and highest level of severity. Without getting caught, and there are a lot of things ranging from petty theft to vandalism, shoplifting, thieving to bank robberies, escaping jail, to killing the shit of justice.
2019, former British intelligence officer Nick Cohen. Industry-leading performance, reliable power to win and break even. Finishing the work is just half the job. You, the real achievement, is getting it done right. The wolf rise above the rock. Available at the home. Fresh, never frozen original dough. No artificial flavors or colors. That's the Papa John's way. And now, you can carry out a large one-topping pizza for just $8.99. Only at your local Papa John's. In May 2019, former British intelligence officer Nick Cohen visited the E-City Ranch in the Pacific Northwest. E-City is home to the Atlantic contact with extraterrestrial intelligence organization. UFO hunters consider it a major hotspot for unexplained aerial phenomena. Over the past 33 years, scientists from Boeing, NASA, and Lockheed Skunk Works have come to E-City to research the activity in the sky. What sets E-City apart from other UFO watch organizations is that their most powerful observational tool is not a telescope, it's remote viewers.
Remote viewing is essentially taking people who have or believe they have the ability to see things not with their eyes but with their mind and putting them to work gathering intelligence. My first exposure to remote viewing came when I ran the UK government's UFO program. UFOs, crop circles, alien abductions, anything mysterious and unexplained, I did. Remote viewing might be tapping into unknown dimensions. I know this sounds like science fiction, but actually it is. Some of the work being done at places like the Large Hadron Collider are now quite seriously looking at the concept of other dimensions.
At E7, ex-government remote viewing expert John Vivanco and UFO skywatcher Peter Snyder lead a team of remote viewers. Today, they are working on an experiment that will combine human observation and remote viewing in an attempt to better understand what has become a recent increase in UFO sightings over Washington State's Mount Adams.
So let me know, please, what are your respective backgrounds with this?
I am a remote viewer. I've been doing this professionally for 20 years, over 20 years now. I run a team of remote viewers and work operational type projects for clients. And we look at different types of phenomena that can't be explained through conventional means. Well, not as an experiencer slash contact aid, but also a whole scholarship aid. So we're going to do a scholarship and just see what happens.
Tim Horseman.
So let's go check it out. Okay, great. As Nick joins me to conduct field surveillance, John has stationed two remote viewers in a windowless room, armed with nothing more than a pencil and a drawing pad. The way it works is that a remote viewer is given a random 8-digit number connected to what they're supposed to remote view. Now, they don't get what they're supposed to remote view, only the number. That's it. They're going to be at the location of whatever it is through the mind describing exactly what that is. So, what all is for us viewers actually going to be doing? It's not so much viewing. We get visual snippets and a lot of body sensations. Basically, they're going to be drawing and writing a lot of papers. Afterwards, once we've got the data, how are we actually going to analyze it? So I will collect that information from them when they're done, and then in the morning we can meet up, see if we can come up with some explanation for what went on. Well, great. That sounds good. I hope that we're going to have some interesting and meaningful results. After discussing the details of the evening's plans, Peter and Nick part ways with John and join the rest of the Skywatch team in the field. Hey, I see the team has grown somewhat. And we've got Adam here with us. He's going to be helping out the satellite tracker and monitoring the gear. Just very important to be very quick off the mark, knowing what's what. Sometimes we can have two things in the sky at the same time. And what if the satellite doesn't know it? Mix it up. So when we're focused on the sky, somebody's focused on the satellite tracker. Great. So we're essentially making sure we don't miss it. Along the don't muck things up. The team gets to work setting up the watch station before the sun goes down for the evening. They will be using various technology, including infrared cameras, in order to capture any anomalies in the sky. The location for their watch overlooks Mount Adams, the largest active volcano in Washington state, and the hotspot for UFO sightings. As the heat sets in, the team has all eyes glued to the sky and on the lookout for any objects that might cross their path, utilizing real-time satellite tracking data. They can anticipate the arrival of all man-made traffic passing over their airspace. Hey, is that a satellite? Yeah. Including the International Space Station, or ISS. How are we on the timing with the ISS? One more minute. And which direction west? It's going to be coming from the west.
Oh, there comes Toto. Mm,
Okay. While the field team watches the sky, the remote viewers are sketching visual representations of whatever comes to them. Incredible. As the International Space Station passes overhead, both women begin to draw virtually identical
she'll
rectangular
definitely have enough skills to boost her throughout the entire race. So if I give her front runner skills like front runner straights and front run corners, and then mile fronts and mile straights, theoretically she should be able to use one of those straights coming out of the gate on that mini straight. She should be able to use one, and then you be able to use one of the corner moves on the first two turns. Technically, it's two turns. Some people think it's one turn, but that's actually two turns. Entering the turn is one turn, exiting the turn is another turn altogether. So it is definitely viable to have two turn skills and two straight skills. She just doesn't have any end closers or end skills. Mm, I mean, I think I have final push, but I think that's it. Mid race skill.
crash in the Berlin Mountains is rocked by an enormous explosion. 14-year-old Hugh Boyd is in his home watching television when he feels the impact and then receives call after call from his neighbors. Most claim to have seen an incredibly bright light falling from the sky and then glowing on the mountainside. Today, Hugh Boyd still works on his father's ranch in Century Slough. Are you Hugh? Yeah? Ancient astronaut theorist Giorgio Tsoukalos and a former UFO investigator for the British Ministry of Defense met up with Hugh to get his take on what really happened that night. Can you tell us your experience? Well, I was home with my two sisters and my neighbor. These questions are but the next thing I started shaking from my head. You know, we shivered and then when we slept and the phone to me. So me and these things, you know, saying help out, are you gonna pay it? Well, then and neighbors called me actually they're okay. So they pretty much had similar experience all these people. So we're not the only one. And what time of event was this? It was looking like today. So, well, some people have suggested that it's not but a bird, but I don't subscribe to this idea, but have you had many earthquakes around here? Looking like that. The pocket side, they were trying to say the white people see it, people with like, the function. But I saw that right, and it was much, much brighter than the land. But it was something almost like well, I've seen, like to be called an excellent repetitions. The community of San Francisco was shaped by the mysterious event, which became known as the Berlin Mountains incident. That night, dozens of residents called the region's emergency line to report a drive-by followed by a mysterious object seen streaking across the night sky. Curiously, approximately 30 minutes after the report's full name, a police officer arrived at the home of eyewitness Hugh Boyd. I'm not home. I'm going to go home again. I'm sorry, I would say this one, and answer very much. I don't know, they must say that this way the calls and stuff. Make some of it. Like some senior officer, not one of the local, somebody signed up, and he's the plane crash. From the phone, the work of the Ministry of Defense, and I see the file on this incident. Surprise new began. This report only mentions the media and nothing about
a good backyard fun, too. Yes, JCPenney.
Domino's has large one-topping pizzas for $7.99 to carry out. Okay, guess I'm carrying out.
That's small rich almost the person they wish. Cinnamon bunch. But the man, yeah, so wait, really? That
Moderate to severe colitis with Intibio, the only gut-focused treatment for heat that helps block inflammation in the gut and works right where you need it. Now is the time to talk with your doctor about the results you want, rapid response, and for many people, visible improvement of the gut lining. Infusion of serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Intibio may increase risk of liver problems and serious infection. Although unlikely, PML, a rare infection that can result in death, cannot be ruled out. Your doctor may test for TB. Tell your doctor if you are prone to or have an infection, sores, or flu-like symptoms. Learn more about the only treatment for UC that works right where you need it. And ask your doctor about gut-focused Intibio, including the Intibio pen. Gut-focused Intibio.
from down there, and over the left there, okay? Just over there. This little couple trees, to the left of the valley, that's on the left foot. When this light appeared, it seemed to you as if it was an explosion? No. This is definitely but strong bug lights going on. And how long was it shining for? No more than 15 seconds. According to Q, it's like once in a closer look at its light, but this that chooses the man from the superiors. Yes, I did think the vehicle with this silver lights is sort of bucked out like me and ultraviolet, like a chocolate line, screen and message to it. Then the back of lights. So it sounds like a stand there called ES, but it's the equivalent of that sense. Right? And when you're half by the way that when you want to go and being called that, yes, this makes sense. In the depths, while I can check, one of their right now, right? Journalists and criminals, all this around black and almost behind. Curiously, the official explanation for these events provided by the Ministry of Defense. They not either from hunters or a plane crash, as was hoping that night. Shortly before the Ministry of Defense released their profile in 2007, they announced that Pueblo Banner was no longer used by the military. But if that's true, as non-tourist countries travel to the protected boundaries of Pueblo Banner. Investigate Pueblo Banner. During the time of the MOD, what did you learn about the sort of any type of propulsion system may have happened around this area? But this whole area is rich in UFO sightings. Like Manor was the headquarters of a unit known as Provost Security Services. Now, this is sort of tied up with Air Force security and intelligence. UFO sightings were investigated by staff based here at Ludlow Manor, but for years they denied it. We told Parliament, the media, and the public that these things were no interest, that Ludlow Manor had no involvement in this, and yet when the files were declassified, it turned out that people were right. Right here. Right here. And so this building really was at the heart of Britain's secret UFO research, and particularly the underground facilities below us. All sorts of secrets and research and investigation projects went on from this particular facility. While the Manor House was the face of Ludlow Manor and the headquarters of Britain's UFO investigations, access to the underground facilities is found 2 miles away.
at the equally secretive installation known as the CCC.
It's close to where we are. It's all part of the underground facility. So there are tunnels which start right underneath the manor house here and go to the CCC. No one knows exactly how many people work down there, but it's thousands. Nobody knows exactly what they do. And I worked for the government, the Ministry of Defence for 21 years. I don't know. So, and even if I did, I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Of course. Are the UFO files withheld by the Ministry of Defense being kept at Nevada, as ancient astronaut theorists believe? And could even greater secrets be hidden at the mysterious site known as the CCC?
Officially, it's called the Horsham Computer Center. And you can't get in there. It's absolutely off limits. Whatever's going on down there, it's big.
Despite the fact that it is not open to the public, ancient astronaut theorist Giorgio Tsoukalos asked Nick Pope to take him to the CCC for a first-hand look at the installation.
All right. Goodbye. Thank you very much.
As a former employee of the Ministry of Defense, Nick did not feel it was appropriate for him to approach the facility himself without clearance.
I'll see you later, Nick.
Yes.
Take care.
Here we are, CCC. The lights are on. And just like Nick explained, it's got barbed wire, it is fenced down, impenetrable. According to the British Ministry of Defense, the CCC is simply a data processing center for the Royal Navy. But it's true. Why is it so heavily guarded? Clearly, it's access to what seems to be an underground system. If the stories that Nick told me are true, then underneath our feet is a vast system of tunnels and underground facilities. Within minutes of Giorgio's arrival at the security gate, the crew is met by a military police unit.
Another phone question. What did down here?
Can you tell me anything about this place?
This is private property. Registered well signed person. That's come down the road. It's private property.
Unfortunately, the situation ends with filming being halted.
Well, we're only trying to find out the truth.
But why? What is it that's so top secret that Giorgio and his camera crew are not even allowed to film the entrance from public property?
So it wasn't exactly how you said. Fortification, barbed wire fence. I had about 5 minutes, and then a police car showed up. I said, well, I think it's time for you to leave. So I think you did exactly the right thing to get out there while you could. But you know that, A, it is operational, and B, it's obviously important that they send the security people out. I guarantee you, they had eyes on you from the moment you started.
Rachel, Nevada, September 2019. To further investigate what might be hidden at the secret Area 51 base, former British Ministry of Defense officer Nick Pope and filmmaker Jeremy Corbell have enlisted the help of local resident York Arneo. York, who has lived in nearby Rachel, Nevada for 15 years, has been a first-hand witness to Area 51's recent history.
What's the strangest interaction you've seen of people coming in or out of the base?
Heavy construction equipment going into the base when they were doing construction. And also sometimes you see military vehicles being dragged into the base. They send them up inside the bombing ranges for shooting targets. Just pull over here. There's a sheriff's vehicle coming our way. We don't want any trouble. We don't want to block them, but we don't want to go any further.
This is extra security. I don't think we've ever seen like this much.
In light of the tension surrounding the Storm Area 51 event, the military has implemented a zero-tolerance lockdown at the gate of the secret base.
So, here we are. I think this is about as far as we can go. The point of no return, right?
Yes, we cannot go any further.
All this barbed wire here, all these security measures, this is the point.
at which, if you take one step further, the full force of security will come down on us, right?
Make no mistake, we step one step into their territory and everything is going to change.
If I came up here, is anybody going to talk to me? Are they going to say anything to me?
No. These are signs that spell out in plain English, bad things are going to happen to you if you cross this line.
Right.
It's very clear.
So now look, if we walked past that barrier, up that road, what would we see? What would we find?
We would be walking down about 20 miles, a paved road, into the valley area 51 stuff. In between here and the base, there's more security checkpoints, there's more road sensors. If you want to get to Area 51, you're standing there and you look around, and it looks like any other military Air Force base. But the good stuff is all in hangars. It is not out in the open. It's not like, they got the saucer right there on the runway.
So there are hangars, obviously, but there are even rumors of huge underground facilities carved into the sides of the mountains.
There are people that talk about underground facilities. They keep tabs on people that watch the base. They know exactly where somebody's unpredictable peak, for instance, one of the weak spots of the base.
Located 26 miles from the Area 51 base, Tinkerville Peak is the only public land where people can actually see the Groom Lake runway and hangars.
And they know exactly, okay, right now is a good moment to fly all good stuff, and that's when they bring on the good stuff. I've actually been on Tinkerville Peak where they did a test flight, and it was the most amazing thing. We look at the base, and all of a sudden, in the middle of the night, all the runway lights come on. I mean, it's the most amazing thing to watch. All of a sudden, with the desert in front of you, below you becomes alive. You see a light taxi for the runway, the light takes off, the runway lights go out, the light goes out, and that was the end of that. I mean, literally, feet above the runway, the lights should go on.
That's ultra high security. And whatever that thing was, clearly they were really trying to protect it and minimizing that anyone could get eyes on it. Correct. They're like, I don't know, y'all were. Like, we gotta have a serious conversation, man. Like, how serious are dirt bikes and ATVs?
Department of Defense has released hundreds of never-before-seen files on UFOs.
You've seen videos
From American Museum of Natural History, New York City, and leading out across all of space and time. This is Star Talk, where science and pop culture collide. Welcome. They
wanted to nip it in the bud. So created some type of like hoax like wanted to nip it in the bud. So created some type of like hoax like footage, put it out there in case somebody backed this up somewhere, was going to release it. That I don't know. But it does seem like that's something they would attempt. The problem there is that if I was holding on to that footage and I saw some fake Skinny Bob footage out there, I'd be like, you got it all wrong. I've got the real footage. Check this out. So, maybe. Number 7, ego. Ivan might have received a portion of the original footage with the condition to publish it only in an edited form so that releasing the full material remains a privilege of the actual source. And 8, power. Ivan might enjoy the feeling of being in possession of material other people would die for to get a hold of and create a teaser to feast on the begging for more content. Number 9, ambiguous provenance. Intentional obfuscation as a layer of abstraction and de-watermarking attempt in case of multiple distinct copies circulating among those in the know. I think that's also possible. If you look at whistleblowers today, whistleblowers in giant quotation marks, but if you look at people today going through the DOPSR sort of approved path to disclosure, they're often redacting a lot of what they put in books or what they say or what they put in writing or what they show. Even, we look at FLIR footage, you look at photos that the Pentagon's released through Arrow, and they're all sort of redacted. It's all like small little chunks of something blurry. It would seem like you don't want to release any national security threatening evidence or just information, so you might blur, cut, and shape things so that it doesn't actually harm national security. That's a possibility. And finally, the audio effects. Okay, so Ivan's videos are either on mute or emulate the sound of an old film projector to create the illusion that what is shown has been captured from a screening of old film reels. We're pretty sure this was not the case. As shown in the previous section, the audio might just be another stock effect. Red Dwarf D discussed it rudimentary, but without a conclusion. The problem in its simplicity and low information density with arbitrary tampering potential. It could come from anywhere, and it's easy to drag and drop an audio track as the other effect. If the stock film damage was not discovered, tracking down matching stock projector noises would be interesting. But now that we already know the stock effects were used, is probably of no additional value. And I agree there. Whether he's filming it from a screen, like if somebody's actually projecting it, or if he added those sounds in post is completely irrelevant at this point, now that we know that the visual effects have been added in post-production. Now let's get all this straight. All the layers that are on the original footage, we can assume to be complete garbage, fake nonsense. I'm with you there. But what about the core? What about the video itself? What about the contents of the video? Are those fake? Well, this is where things get a little more interesting, and pardon the pun, becomes a bit of a gray area. So let's start with video 1. Video 1 features the tin bird. It's a poetic description of the classical UFO looking like a metallic saucer we see in this very first clip. Contrary to what people think when watching the shaky video for the first time, the UFO is not flying along a trajectory, but actually hovering statically in the sky. We've got this, what looks to be reflective surface, metallic football-shaped object. Now, I won't say disc because it does not look like a disc. It does from this angle, however, it might be a disc, but it looks like a football. And it's just kind of chilling there. It says, without context, the hovering object could be an oval, tethered balloon. At first glance, it could also be mistaken for a blimp at a distance. So if you look at the blimp here, the image of the blimp, it does look like it could be that, but blimps usually do have fins and various protrusions. And so you would, expect to at least partially see some of that. And it says here, furthermore, blimps are typically huge, and the object we see is not much wider than one of the trees it's hovering above. Given the context, the object is an alien spacecraft. If Ivan presented the videos in chronological order, we hypothesize that
the UFOs we see in the clips are actually identical. So first, it's in the air as shown in Tin Bird and Flying Twin, and later crashed on the ground in Blue Boys. The topology of the hull can be seen accurately in Blue Boys and allows for a comparison with a few good zoomed in frames of the Flying Twin, revealing obvious similarities and thus supporting this hypothesis. Besides the UFO, the house is also interesting to analyze and could help narrowing down the geographical location the encounter took place in. So, I will say, from my own eyeball, I find it interesting that although this stabilized image, it does feel like we are looking at the UFO, the camera's actually looking at the house. And if you had a UFO out there, unless the camera's clearly moving with the house. You see it in the frame following the house. Which, if the UFO was actually there, that's not what you'd be filming. Maybe it was a focus issue. I don't know. Here's the website says it needs your help. It says if you recognize this house, hey, we have the whole internet here. Just please contact them. So reach out to myself or reach out to skinnybob.info. And here's a 3D reconstruction. Man, so proud of the internet with this stuff. So this is it here. A 3D construction of the house. Pretty remarkable, actually, that they were able to reconstruct that. Now, they're saying because of the construction of the house and the trees and everything else, it seems like this might be like an Acadian or Cajun-style house or a plantation mansion or a southern mansion. So like somewhere in New Orleans or that type of deal. You can see here as well the chimneys and the protrusions in the house. Also, they said when analyzing the house in the video, care must be taken to not mistake artifacts from post-processing effects as actual features of the house. So, as you can see here, it looks a lot longer than it is fine. The vegetation as well. And look at this. They've even cut so far as to recreate the trajectory of where the camera is pointing. So they get an estimation of the path the camera traveled, and thus a rough shape of the street or railroad track near the house. All of this, by the way, will just help you pinpoint exactly where this is, which, to my knowledge, hasn't been discovered yet. And I assume with people like Rainbolt or, ChatGPT, we might be able to find this one day. Now, the Flying Twin. This time, the UFO is not filmed from the ground as the Tin Bird, but from the sky, and presumably from an airplane or early helicopter. So the name Flying Twin is a bit mysterious. It might refer to the situation in the sky where the aircraft is being accompanied by the UFO in close proximity. When pilots report UFO encounters, they often claim the UFO was mirroring their movements while maintaining a constant distance. Such maneuvering might have led to that title, Flying Twin. Also, the Germans developed an airplane apparently called Zwilling, which means twin. Is that the plane they're using? The United States Air Force Beechcraft Model 18 was also nicknamed Twin Beech. Specifically, the F-2 model was used for photographic reconnaissance. That seems a lot more likely. But also, 1942 was the first long-distance flight of a Sikorsky XR-4 helicopter, which took place in the United States. What if this historic flight attracted someone or something? The Flying Twin was actually filmed from a helicopter. It was not necessarily during this particular historic flight. For location finding purposes, however, it might be interesting to follow the route described in the recollection of the pilot. So here you see basically a shaky camera operator filming this plane and sort of what to expect, which kind of, matches what we're seeing here. Look at this, man. Just look at that. Isn't that wild? You're all searching for a thing. You finally find that thing. I'm the thing. You want the whole world to know the thing, so you use Canva to make a thing. Then it becomes a weird school Prince and Cooper type of thing. Canva only makes anything a thing. If your mattress giving you pains and pains, with a mattress firm, our sleep experts match you with a more supportive mattress like Sealy Posturepedic with targeted support to help relieve those nagging aches. And right now, save up to $700. Mattress firm, we make sleep easy.
67% of bellies will go unflopped this summer.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis? With fewer symptoms from moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, where would you go? Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away.
Unbelievable. So the following image is
Unbelievable.
a panorama of the better flying.
What, a double rainbow in the first year is crazy.
So this is so cool. They stitched
Never
together the
before.
frames. Look at this. Look at this. How incredible is this? They've mapped out the area using like computer graphics, using what little information they had. And so with that, they were able to determine that these are probably, either greenhouses or places for agricultural purposes, maybe places to, house a bunch of cows. It's also talking about the automobiles and the train wagons that go by. I mean, really, really interesting stuff. But now we have the first impression of an alien being. This one is a little hard to identify because of the low light, but there are several interesting movements and what appears to be uniform as well in this video. It looks like it's wearing like a turtleneck, but not quite, almost like a spacesuit. And it does look silvery and shiny, which is also, coincidentally or not coincidentally, what Guy Hoddle talked about in that memo. And so many others, by the way. So right here, it's saying that there might be some stuff in the background. And if you take a look at C and D here, it almost looks like it could be the craft in the background. And it
Nice.
also might be a person. And a person might be more likely. And then that person might be holding a gun or antenna from a military backpack radio. Both of which are a little hard to determine, I'll be frank, but the alien is interesting. So the next scene shows what could be the UFO seen in the Flying Twin and possibly the Tin Bird, but this time as burning wreckage on the ground. If it wasn't enough, there's also an alien body lying nearby, all right, for dramatic effect. So we have smoke obviously billowing from this craft, and then it pans to this alien just lying down. And this is probably one of the coolest things that they've done, in my opinion. An alternative video stabilization shows how the camera is rotating and captures the crash scene moving towards and orbiting around the body. So if you see here, it shows the entire scene. And if you stitch all that together, it kind of gives you this image here. So we see here, we have, some brush, we have the craft, and we have the body all in one particular scene. Very interesting. You can also see the smoke section here. And, oh, this is cool, a faint lens flare. Might seem like but a lens flare proves that something is happening in camera and is not done in post. Obviously, it could be done in post, but I mean, I don't think, given everything else, that would make sense. But maybe, who knows? But it makes sense with the movie. It says here, note that such flares generated inside the camera housing and depend on the angle a bright light source such as the sun is hitting the lens system. The clip above has been motion stabilized, resulting in the flares moving pretty much linearly. So although it's shaky, the flare is moving linearly. That's interesting. So it turns out that this seemingly minor and overlooked effect is proof for an artificially induced camera shake. As a post-processing effect, the original footage should display a much more reasonable and calm camera handling. That's crazy. He added a camera shake effect in there, and you can tell because of the lens flare. That's so cool. So here, when stabilizing the whole scene, certain dark smudges turn out to be additional smoke and shadows casted by the plumes. So the smoke that's coming out here that we're seeing is actually casting shadows here. That is, beyond technical if you were to
Her kneecap seems to be stronger from the late surger position than the pace chaser position.
coming from the direction of the UFO.
Like her moves are stronger,
Find out the wreckage.
even with no skills. That's why I didn't give her any skills.
I feel sad for this little just wanted to say that. So the AI
Huh.
design there might not be dead. A closer look reveals
I guess
that
I'll
it's
make this one a
dead.
late surger.
Look at the hand
Let's
of
see how this turns out. Let's see if it beats the pace chaser version of herself.
and this hand too. And the head. Oh my god. The finger of the right hand is likely contracting in A, and it appears to be rolling slightly in B. The left hand appears to be twisting in C. Oh my god. It's crazy. Now, only in Blue Boys do we see the whole body in its entirety, including the feet, legs, head, which is extremely helpful in roughly estimating the
15
height
power,
of
20
human
power
body.
plus 5
And
stem.
this is how it's done.
Then copy everything. So 30 power, 10 stem, 5 speed, 5 width, 5 guts.
Statiometer later, which is like this measuring device that they had back in the 40s and 50s.
Okay, 25
And they
speed.
estimate the camera, the sun position
Okay, 36
to
power and
align with the
9
torso
guts
to the image.
or
And
11
that's the
guts.
result. So the result is this. Have a look at this.
Okay.
Check this out here. We've got the body. This is later in the footage when we look at the
All right, that was a lot.
evolution. The footage earlier in the
We ended up
video,
on a lot of stats for the end of that year.
they all match up.
I
And they
lost
do
track a
that
little bit.
by looking
I
at the thickness
think
of
we're
the
at
arms
40,
and the
40
legs that
stem
they're
now.
wearing them, and that's how they sort of size them up, which is pretty smart.
25
Here
speed,
is the Blue Boys meeting. So we're seeing
36
an autopsy
power,
performed on an alien body.
11
It'll take
guts,
as long as
and
the
10
second
width.
time, provided there might be
Huh.
more going on that causes the title Blue Boys meeting to make sense. Okay. And here is the stitched together panorama. Reveals the corpse as a whole. Here you go. The long arms. Look how long those arms are. And the face here. Tiny mouth, tiny nose. Eyes that wrap around the side of the head. Exactly. Like what so many people describe. Also, it says that just like small details like the tablecloths back there is something that they had in the 40s. There's a dark spot on the glove the physician is wearing in his left hand. One single frame is focused just right to reveal more details. So random stains, perhaps 2-digit resembling the number 98, maybe. That's a bit of a stretch. So, anyways, this is just more corroborating evidence of,
Excuse me.
this stuff. This next video, well, have a look and we'll discuss it after.
Spend half my day just copy and pasting between several different marketing tools. If you're an SEO or content marketing, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Research in one platform, draft in another, approvals in Slack, publish in your CMS, analytics somewhere else. And you can do this every single time, every day. The worst part, you can't even tell if any of it's working, especially when it comes to showing up in AI search results. The data lives in 10 different places. Now that's why I started Profound Workflows, the no-code builder that connects everything. Research, content generation, approvals, publishing, monitoring, all in a one automated workflow, right on top of Profound's AI visibility data. You start from templates, customize your process, and actually make
that's gotta be the eeriest little video ever. I remember when I first saw this video, I thought to myself, like that initial feeling was like, holy crap, I think this is real. And that feeling never really left me. Every time I see it, there's something in my gut that tells me it's real. Let me know in the comments if you feel that too, intuitively speaking, not from evidence, just intuitively. You look at it and you're like, something about this creature, this being, seems like it's real. It's a hoax. I mean, well done. Incredibly well done. Well, let's head to skinnybob.info to see if this is a hoax. So here, this is a more detailed clip of Skinny Bob featuring his entire body, featuring his, blinking, his hands twitching. Very, very, just very strange. It says Ivan might have reversed the playback direction for dramatic effect so that the head appears last. One clue is the shaking of the camera, which could have been caused by the operator touching and preparing the camera on a tripod for pivoting. We take the liberty of showing the clip in reverse here despite having no conclusive evidence. So that's a good guess. Close-up inspection of the blinking could further support or refute our suspicion of reverse playback. Okay, regardless if it's reverse, I don't think it matters. But yes, on A, it does seem to be reversed, and on B, okay, yeah, absolutely. Now, Skinny Bob's wearing a tight fit jumpsuit. Looking good, Bob. Looking good, little Robert. He has some kind of crease on his chest. For more convenient analysis, we stitched the video together with frames. This is him in his entirety. Look at that. He does have some type of stitching going here. Look at those long fingers, man. Massive head. And somebody commented that this particular posture is called contrapposto, all right? Not a valuable addition to the investigation, but a welcome one nonetheless. But that guy's like, contrapposto, which means basically leaning on one leg. This is a detail here that is really interesting. So comparing the outfit from the one in the Blue Boys video, the previous one, the collar style is notably different. But another little detail, there appears to be 3 dots on
Gold
the
spot.
alien's
Let's
right
go.
shoulder. Almost like a logo. So according to the mysterious email correspondence, which we'll get into a little bit later, Will, human clothes were provided. And Skinny Bob does not wear the original outfit here. Maybe it was him in Blue Boys, where he still wore the original outfit with a wider collar. Directly above the alien's head is a wedge-shaped object that appears to be a so-called stadiometer, commonly found in doctor's practice. So the second scene here shows Skinny Bob from the side as it moves and apparently interacts with something. So you can see him here kind of like reaching out, right there, like reaching out for something. His shoulder moves here, and he blinks like, man. I don't know about you, man, but this looks real to me. This looks like a chair back here, so he's probably sitting, and he doesn't seem to be alone in the room. So here, at one point, you see just a little bit right there, somebody maybe leaning in or somebody's arm or something. And then he's given something, I guess. And now they're trying to match whether that's like somebody's coat or whatnot. And they also said, according to the correspondence, this particular scene has been cropped, meaning it's been cut maybe to obscure or to, cut out the person talking to Bob there. Some people say that the posture with the hands and the shirt, the curvature, due to the fabric tension, and I don't know how they're getting all of this from one simple little, thing, but they said, seems like exactly like those sort of Eisenhower jackets, making me wonder, is this Eisenhower himself? I don't know. I don't know if I buy that. So the scene is cropped. People trying to evaluate the authenticity of Skinny Bob by close inspection of his movements often claim to clearly see some bad underlying Bezier curves used from digital animation. There are, in fact, occasions where the head moves in a jerky way. So kind of like bobbles, you kind of see him a little bit. But they don't think that gives away sort of a CG origin, and here's why. The other head movements are smooth. From all the non-trivial to implemental details we see in this and other scenes, smoothing out a major head rotation curve would be the least difficult thing to do. Ivan's videos at frame rate sort of repeated and drop frame that impair motion. We don't know how aliens move is the last explanation. That's probably the best one. And here they're looking at the brow and sort of like how his eyes are moving and how here, look at the shadow move. And then it seems like he might have possible bruises or cuts on the forehead, meaning maybe this guy was the one that was laying down. And, man, they got individually shaped heads. Like, if you look at the heads here, like cranial morphology shows like different, slightly different variants of heads. And he appears to have black fingernails, a bit of a gothic little Bob. Gothic Robert over here paints his nails black for some reason. Or they're just black, originally. But they do appear to be black, I will give you that. They are long and gangly. Are there only 4? There are only 4. That's something that's come up quite a bit in abductions as well. And black fingernails are apparently a part of obscure old UFO lore from 1995. What? Let me go ask ChatGPT. 2 notable references. One, from J-Rod, mid-90s, J-Rod with black fingernails, a drawing in the mid-90s. So J-Rod is a famous alien that was brought up numerous times by different people. That was held at S4, and then the other one is Skinny Bob, so those are the 2 references there. So not much to go on. I wouldn't say that's too much of a big revelation there, but it is interesting. Now, this last part of the video is maybe one of the most bizarre pieces of the puzzle yet. It features what looks like almost like a lens of a glasses that has symbols or shapes on it. It's pretty obscure and makes you wonder what it's for, why they would show to include it. Well, let's have a look. So this is from the scene called How to Drive, and it shows something barely recognizable. Given the context title and that we've seen a UFO before, this thing could be a control device for maneuvering an alien spacecraft. A closer look suggests it being some kind of glass plate with something casting a shadow on it. Now that shadow to me almost looks like a person or something, but the lens itself, I mean, interesting if that is how you drive a UFO. And you can see that the actual etchings or whatever those symbols are casting shadows as well. So it's lying on a table, the camera's moving around it, and you're getting these shadows on this weird thing. Those are pretty clear. So these are like the interpretations that they're giving here. Very interesting. So here is a reference to the Krem alphabet from Reticuli, supposedly a fictional creation by Judy Valskog, aka James Van Grunen. But similar squiggly characters are seen on a copper plate allegedly dropped by a UFO in Edmonton, Canada in 1967. Oh, that's interesting. So yeah, squiggly type writing. This also looks like Bill Herman's writing. Bill Herman was, someone who alleged to have been taken by UFOs and aliens and abducted, and also channeled them to, he was like writing, things that they were giving him symbols. And then there's some embossing there. It's just kind of, dude, the length people have gone through to, kind of recreate this stuff is incredible. So that concludes video number 2 of the Skinny Bob saga. The most haunting one, perhaps, in my opinion. You see him blinking, which is like, I don't know, there's something uncanny valley about him, but it's not CGI. It's if anything, is really expensive animatronics, which, begs the question, why? Why only there? Why not release something that you can make money off of if you're going to spend that much on animatronics? All questions that we're going to get to in a second. First, let's have a look at this mysterious third video. It doesn't feature the being at all. It features a message and a handprint.
ominous, bizarre message that says that you are the one who creates the misinformation. Tom Vernon, in the video trial of Skinny Bob, suggests that, this sounds a lot like something Richard Doty would say. Richard Doty, a famous, I would say, quote unquote, whistleblower who also was known for disseminating disinformation within the UFO community. That he would also get upset when people didn't believe him when he claimed he was telling the truth, saying, you're looking in the wrong direction. This isn't misinformation type deal. So I thought that was a good point to bring up from Tom there. All right, here we go. This is the handprint. We have the edge of the paper showing signs of wear, line presumably framing the area, and perhaps markings or redactions of pieces of tape. Okay. The forensic analysis, it says the visual quality of the picture is pretty good, suggesting that it might not originate from a scanned film frame, or if it does, the original footage of this is high quality. It's also possible additional paperwork was attached to the films, including this photograph. So they're saying that, this might not originate from a video. If it does, and the video is really high quality, or they might attach that, kind of like what they do with, when they brief you in police offices and stuff, when they put you through.
Oh, I got it.
So they might have, because it's, in a
Huge.
government facility, they might have just, I don't know. Maybe they had to fingerprint him because he came in drunk, crashed his saucer on Earth, and they were like, dude, Skinny Bob, what are you doing? And they processed him, took his fingerprints, threw him in a drunk tank. That theory has yet to be debunked, just saying. So the hands of Skinny Bob can be seen in several clips. When we try to straighten the fingers and compare it to the hand, it looks like a good match. Okay, so that's pretty cool that they've kind of taken his side view and measured it out. And that's pretty much it when it comes to that video. So not much to go on, just kind of him being salty. The material does not belong to any film, video game, television series. But we know this. No one who is out of this may prove to be the owner of this material. No one who is out of this can prove he has in his possession the original material. So he's saying,
Will she use Victoria Post?
Hey, that's my video.
That's the question.
It's probably not true.
I call it Victoria Post. But will she use Victoria for Plancha and Post? I call it the Victoria Post. I don't know about anybody else. I don't even think that anybody else has come up with a name for it. But Victoria Plaza plus Triumphant Post, Victoria Post. The Victorian Post. I like that, actually. I like that. The Victorian Post. I like that. Let's see if we can pull off the Victorian Post. From the late surgery position.
The description says, family vacation, take 6. From the first contact in 1942, a series of diplomatic visits to discuss matters of mutual concern were planned. Under the treaty 2304, these meetings would take place in secrecy. A limited number of special agents would escort the visitors, and they would only meet high-ranking officers. According to the document 072/E, at the meeting of 1961, there was an incident involving 3 subjects due to the violation of the agreement by the officers at the military base when they discovered that their arrival was being filmed with a hidden device without their consent. Under the treaty 2304, meetings would be confidential, and filming or taking photographs would not be allowed.
And in the first, Victoria Plancha, there it is, Victorian Post. Come on. Oh, she's not going to activate her own ability.
They pick up their camera and start over for it. Let me get some close-ups. And with that, it lifted up, put the gear back in at a very high rate of speed, disappeared.
Did you ever see the film?
I saw the negative, yeah.
And yeah, the other one was the meeting at Holloman Air Force Base in 1965, allegedly as well, where these aliens came down and met with high-ranking officials. And apparently, they were filmed without their consent. And the result is a few of these aliens.
Whatever you think, you can make it an even bigger thing with Gamma. The thing that makes anything a thing.
Car insurance used to stress me out.
You don't need to stress out about car insurance. Just go to Surefire.
They can help you save money and headaches. No spam, no calls, no fees.
You can do this entirely online.
Before Insurify, it would take you hours of phone calls. And look, I'm already done. Pick my current bill cut in half.
If you need help shopping, Insurify has licensed agents.
In all 50 states.
This is the way it's supposed to be.
Go to Insurify.com and save up to 50% on your car insurance.
Sprouts Smith number 3. It's just another grocery store.
With fresh organic produce everywhere, it's a bit like a wellness retreat.
Sprouts Smith number 2. Eating organic is expensive.
God, they look creepy. Looking at the camera, talking to each other. There seems to be other people walking by, and they're kind of like, you can tell they're giving you a look like, hey, put that camera down. Let's get into the analysis here. Family vacation. So this clip being the only one in color. Now this is interesting that we have a color clip, meaning there's probably other color clips, meaning also it's probably taken at a later date. This might not be our little Bob in question. The clip being the only one in color, and therefore presumably from a later production date, features multiple alien beings at once. They're walking alongside a wall and are accompanied by humans. The name family vacation could refer to the aliens in the sense that they came and visited as a group. Another possibility is a connection to the infamous dentist visit of Dwight D. Eisenhower on his vacation in Palm Springs on February 20th, 1954, suggesting that President Eisenhower took a family vacation, but was actually brought to meet these aliens at a meeting. It's challenging to keep track of how many entities we see in total. So it goes from 2, 3, 4, maybe 4. A few frames show the floor, and one frame is focusing on the wall, revealing the surface, its surface structure. So it's kind of looks like rough concrete. Now the metadata he provides associated with the video clips. So it says here it appears to be divided into 7 tapes, and those again are divided into cases. If a tape refers to video 8 or high 8 or digital 8 cassette, tape duration is 180 minutes, suggesting PAL, which is a European video standard. They're saying here the feedback was like some type of emotional response. He seems to be annoyed by people speculating about the origin of the tapes. Curiously, he was the one that put the insignia of the KGB in the front of the first clip and is now claiming that there is not any reference which may link the material to any organization that is working today in the material exposed.
They didn't ship it all that time.
Himself or added working today on purpose to indicate that at least the modern KGB is not involved. And here it says, don't underestimate the human factor, assuming, that someone's sitting on a treasure trove and deciding to slowly release to the public, expecting overwhelming reactions and gratitude, but receiving the opposite. The person might now be upset and decides to cancel disclosure for the undeserving public. That, seems like something, that would happen in today's internet culture. So now let's get to this mysterious email. So Will from Planet Under Attack claims to have contacted Ivan, or at least someone affiliated with the videos via email on June 17, 2014, and received a response 2 days later. He says, secondly, do you happen to know who the copyright holder is for the Skinny Bob footage? I'm also wondering who is the original leaker of the footage. Somebody told me this footage originally came through you. Any info would be great. Regardless, thanks again, my friend, Will. His response, we were sent that footage to release from a source. The same source that sent us blank. I know it's the original source because the original version is not available to anyone. That's why you won't find it anywhere on the internet. We released the footage using several SOC channels on YouTube and other sites. We did it this way to make sure the info got out even if our channel, website, etc. was terminated. Blank granted copyright as long as we did not profit by it or release the full unedited version as a complete film. Only short clips are released, not the full 12 minutes of the footage, for example. Oh, wait, so hold on. So someone affiliated with the videos responded. Sorry about that. For example, the clip where the alien is sitting down is cropped. The full scene shows him sitting at the table, looking through what looks like star maps. Government officials are also seen at the opposite side of the table in clothes of the time. Clothes it's wearing are explained at the beginning of the footage too. Full footage shows original clothing. The jumper and trousers are not the original clothes. Original clothes were taken for analysis. Human clothes were provided. Alien can be seen wearing a dull silver type ski suit with a utility belt and dull silver footwear. I'm hoping the source will allow us to release the full unedited footage at some
Excuse me.
point, but I cannot release without permission. In this game, mutual trust is everything. Hope this helps, and you're welcome. Dang. So purely anecdotal, unverifiable, they still decided to include the email. Totally fine. The person replying claims the original footage is 12 minutes long, and the previous description told recording duration of 1260 minutes is mentioned, and most of the timestamps exceed 12 minutes. That's a significant discrepancy. Yeah, okay. This is interesting here. There's a documentary that recreates the meeting of aliens with humans in front of a wall at Area 51. It's the 1970s now, so this clip is in color. The similarity of Family Vacation is striking. Huh. This is also a totally different case that I was looking into. This is close to here, the Rivière Rouge, or L'Ascension, in 1992. These creatures were just found on some type of like ski trail, like a snowmobile trail. There were photos. There's a video of the photos and of some of the people there, but no one ever claimed responsibility for these. No one came up and said those are mine. So there's no provenance. There's no, there's nothing to go on except for the general location of these. But they do seem to match Skinny Bob, definitely. First, okay, so let's talk about the arguments. So many claim that the material is obviously fake, but usually fail to elaborate for why exactly that is, and others find it totally authentic and base this claim on how Bob blinks. We approach the big question in a more rigorous way by compiling a list of pros and cons first. So, unresolved for more than a decade. I mean, now, going on 15 years almost. No credible claims of authorship, so no one's taken responsibility for this. No one has said, hey, that was me, I had those puppets, or that was all my work. There is highly diverse content. So again, we're talking about many different types. It's not just a one piece of footage, which in itself would be pretty compelling. Arguably, even more compelling. I don't know. But it's interesting that so many different varying clips of color from the sky, from a car, all these different clips. Very interesting. No commercial use despite production costs. So assuming that this costs a lot of money to recreate, whether it's animatronics, whether it's costumes, or whether it's CGI, it did cost money. At some point, it cost somebody a lot of time, and time is money. But no commercial use. There were never any ads on these videos. Unless this guy's selling like Skinny Bob, dolls on Etsy. I don't know how he's making money. The underlying footage essentially flawless. So the footage itself, not the edited, stuff that's put over as a filter, but the stuff that the core footage is flawless. Quality preventing consensus among experts about hoaxing techniques. Yep, okay. Hoaxer would have taken an unnecessary risk by showing a potential recognizable house and aerial view. Why would he risk showing that? There's a map essentially that he shows. When he shows the aerial view or he shows the house, he would risk being called out as a hoaxer if that footage exists out there, or if that person that's living there comes out and says, no, this is my house, that was my footage. I don't know. Irrelevant yet costly details presented in a barely recognizable way. The table behind the operation that had a cloth on it, or the UFO and the smoke, and then the smoke billowing, casting a shadow. you barely recognize that unless you really zoomed in and slowed it down. So, yeah, that seems a little odd that you would go through great lengths to have these tiny little details. Not impossible, just unlikely. And not a single unresolved hoax contender of comparable quality.
The shootout at sundown.
Has not been any other unresolved footage that meets this quality. Think about it. There's nothing on the internet that meets this in quality that is unresolved. That alone should be cause for pause. Now let's go to the cons. Occasionally jerky movements of skinny bob. So as we talked about, there's like these glitchy things, although he also said that could be due to dropped frames, and we don't know how aliens move. Stereotypical presentation of UFO artifacts with alien symbols. Again, could be because that's what it is. I mean, it seems to be that way with the Aztec crash. It seems to be that way with many other sightings and encounters and abductions. Extremely short, shaky clips, signs of intentional eye obfuscation, limiting hoaxing efforts. That I will concur with. I think that that is definitely, if you were trying to obfuscate whatever someone's looking at, you would 100% make it shaky, add effects over it. But it's so wild that the effects and the shakiness seem so blatant, like blatantly overlaid compared to the insane amount of effort that went into creating the animatronics or makeup or whatever that may be. Convenient placement of the alien body next to the UFO, looking stage, Skinny Bob's physique being suspiciously compatible to a human child. I don't know. If I saw a human child with that physique, I would probably drop kick them because I would be like, you're an alien in disguise. Both plot and aesthetic similarities to a documentary aired 14 years earlier. That's this documentary that they're showing. Yep. True. It's saying that the plot is similar to this movie that came out 14 years prior. It had alien symbolism, human interrogator, the strange symbols on the how to drive thing, the inscription of the alien, somebody filmed.
Yo, am I the only one
maybe
when watching these races that get like mental flashes of the actual horse running? Like, am I the only one that does that? Because I swear I just saw the real Ogre Cap just turn the corner and run the home stretch. I ain't even see the character. Ugh, man, that's crazy.
Possible fallacy in the thinking, circumstantial evidence for planned details. Okay. Placement of things and all of that. Okay, yeah. I would agree with that. So here are the current theories. There's a leak theory where
I'm telling you, if they made a game where the characters were the real horses, I would still play it. Just the same.
Collection of amateur home video clips, but rather a documentation produced by a government agency branch, or military, or corporation. It could have found its way to the internet by a whistleblower with legitimate access leaking it, could have been stolen, like by the leak in 2011. And the other theory here is that it's a hoax. Here's someone that used the same tactics and techniques to create what seems to be like a floating UFO, using the same lines, driving a car. But the general consensus is that multiple people, multiple techniques, possibly, but not necessarily, a lot of money was involved. And it's unlikely for a single person to pull this off due to the complexity and variety of these scenes, which I agree with. There's a lot going on here for one person to do all that, but hey, I'm alone, kind of been doing all this, except for this video. This video is actually being edited by something else. Shout out Lee, editing the first full Area 52 video. But normally I'm a one-man team, and I know what you can get away with by yourself, so it's actually quite surprising. Claims frequently made by individuals about the clips being easy to reproduce remain to be demonstrated. So we disagree, but encourage people that have done this, that have the time, skill, and motivation to give it a try. They have an email where you can submit the results. Just don't forget about the 71% content beside the Skinny Bob close-ups, right? So you can do one of these things, maybe like this person here, like the tin bird using the Boris effect. Even that doesn't look too real, like there's something unnatural about it, but it's a good effort. So people saying puppeteering, animatronics, costumes, computer graphics, motion tracking, stop motion, all of these things would have had to be used at some point to create this effect. Here, if you were to use a costume, I mean, the hands wouldn't match up. You can see that here. The face would actually match up. That would be a decent costume for Halloween, I tell you that. Now, there is something also that should be discussed, and that is this article written by Noah Raddick in July of 2024 says a skinny bob is not CGI, and by applying a technique known as ELA, which stands for error level analysis. Okay, error level analysis is a method used to check for markers of CGI manipulation. It involves saving images or video frames at different levels of compression and mapping the differences. This is able to show areas that were edited or inserted in post, such as face swapping, object added, CGI effects, etc. So by doing this ELA technique, you'll be able to see now, if you do the ELA technique onto a scene from Shrek, as you see here, clear outlines are given, right, where these have been added in artificially into this scene. Skinny Bob, however, as you can see, not enough to indicate a clear outline like for Shrek or other CGI. Other Skinny Bob can be examined frame by frame. This frame of Skinny Bob during an interview with his inlaid eyes and broad and deep head. He has a small mouth and small nose, which is typical of traditional gray. The ELA has some slight outlines, but not enough to prove it was modified. Only a part of his body is outlined with some noise, and not the rest. It's indicative that Skinny Bob has not been modified at all. No processing has been done. If he were CGI, he'd have to be created in one go and not modified at all, which is not usually how most CGI is created. One conclusion that I don't agree with in the original analysis is that there was post-processing done to the videos. I don't see evidence for that. It should show up under ELA unless it was intentionally obscured. A program like After Effects or Photoshop would save the file at a different compression level, which would show up usually on the ELA. One problem with this is the second Skinny Bob was saved as PNG rather than JPEG, which is not compressed. However, it seems there was no apparent serious manipulation in the JPEG of Skinny Bob 1 either. The original was likely saved in a compressed video format like MPEG, so it would have compression artifacts.
Performance, durability, affordability. Only one place does it all. Harbor Freight.
Hey, everything in the I Have Value menu is just $6. You can go all out. These eggs, bacon, and fluffy pancakes are just $6 every day. And OMG, there's a new BLT, and it comes with fries. Celebrate every day for just $6 with the I Have Value menu.
Wow, what a hack. The defense never saw that coming.
And speaking of surprises, it's time to look at
The lid cam. Whoa, look at those collarettes. Classic sign of Gemini blepharitis.
oh yeah, any eye care professional can see that. Eye care pros, don't miss Demodex blepharitis. Have your patients look down during a routine slit lamp exam.
Check every lid, every time. So again, noise pattern on CGI image, noise pattern on alien image. They don't match. Irregular patterns of noise indicative of camera noise rather than structured noise. Folks, are we looking at a real alien here? It's kind of insane. It's kind of intense. The best one we might be dealing with,
Super
at
Senjuku.
least one of the types. There are a lot of connections to be made with Skinny Bob, especially if you look at Psalm 1 or the Special Operations Manual from
Okay,
Adjustment 12. They talk about even Type 1
That's a
and
smart
Type 2
falcon,
is
smart
exactly more
falcon.
type of situation
What
here.
could it happen?
We can look at the Type 2 description after in a second. This is the Type 2 extraterrestrial biological entity as described by the Special Operations Manual for MJ-12 that was apparently, linked to Dom Berliner in 94, I believe. No, prior to that. What did 94? I don't know. Regardless.
The size and
So
build, some of
plus
these are
30
small,
power
standing
because,
between
you know,
3
I'm
and
going to give
5 inches
her
and 4 dimensions.
the
This needs to
scroll.
check. Head and skull, we have
Okay.
proportionally large skulls, much larger and longer than those of either humans or even type 1. The skull features an extreme peak extending above the top of the head. Now, they did show tiny little bumps there.
And
The
possibly
eyes are
can eke
very
out an
large,
extra
slightly
training. And
almost
when those
the size of the
compound, you know,
head,
you can
it
get
goes
like
completely
5 or
black
6
with
of them
no
during a
pure
run
white.
if you pay
There
attention.
is no
And that
expressiveness
can
in the
equal a whole
face. The
nother
nose is
training
in the
or
mark, just
two,
2 small slits. Now, this did
which
seem
can
to
be
have a
clutch,
bit of a bigger nose
obviously.
here, and there's no showing ear structure visible. Skin and appearance, the skin is described as pale blue gray, which you can't really confirm. And the limbs are longer relative to the legs. The arms are longer relative to the legs. Hands possess 3 long tapered fingers plus an opposable thumb, almost as long as the toes. Notably, the middle finger is more robust, but not as long as the index finger. Okay. Legs and feet. The legs are small and slender. The feet have 4 toes joined by webbing. That does sound a lot like the Type 2s, which would make sense if, you know, whatever was in the MJ12 documents was accurate and this was real. That's kind of what this would look like, this situation here. So folks, I hope you enjoyed this video. That concludes our review of the Skinny Bob videos 1, 2, 3, and 4 posted by Ivan1035. Ivan, if you're out there, if you're watching this, I would love to talk to you, even in private. Reach out to me, find a way. I look forward to the day that this guy posts one more video, gives us anything, any little piece of the puzzle at all, or just tells us that, hey, it's a big joke, it's a big farce, it's a really expensive hoax that I never took credit for. What do you guys think? Tell me what you think and if your mindset maybe shifted slightly from the beginning of this investigation to the end of it. Do you find
I
yourself
know
now more
normally I don't
convinced
do
or less
that.
convinced these
Normally
videos are
I run that
authentic?
race every career.
Do you think Skinny Bob is real? Do you think aliens are real? But the Skinny Bob videos
Ooh, another
I would
gold.
love to
So we got
hear
double
your
golds.
interpretations of all this information. And clearly, we skimmed through a lot of it. If you want to go and have a look for yourself, go to
Another
skinnybob.info.
long
There's a
ass.
lot of pertinent information on that website. Plus, there are tons of videos out there looking at this, analyzing it forensically. And if there's anything that I missed, or if there's a geographical pin that you might have come across, please let me know. Reach out, hit us up in the Discord. We'll be hanging out there. I appreciate you guys watching, and thank you for entertaining this much different style of video. This might be something that we bring back in the future depending on the reaction we get from you guys, so every like is appreciated. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you on the next video. Peace and love. Just an old. Channel, I like to do something a little bit less serious. And I was thinking recently, it's been a while since I caught up with baseball TikTok and what's going on over there. So today, we're going to do that. But I'm not just going to waste time having fun scrolling on my phone. I'm doing it for research. Recently, I decided to get back into the coaching game. I am opening my own baseball facility, a biomechanics lab. If you want to see a lot of behind the scenes of that coming up very soon. And part of that is going to be working with younger guys to get better at baseball. And if I don't know what's going on, how am I supposed to teach them effectively? So I got my handy notepad here. I'm going to take some notes. So let's see what's going on the baseball TikTok. Now, before we jump in, don't forget to like and subscribe so you don't miss any of these videos in the future. And also,
the note merch over at MediaWare.shop. That is www.mediaware.shop. If you ever need to challenge anything your stupid friend says, point at the logo, and you're taken care of. All right, number one. Let's see what we got here. That was a big boy. By the way, plot twist. They're now losing 9-0. What just happened? Oh, I get it. Look, I still love playing ball, but sometimes I just want to sit and watch a game in person with a bunch of friends. And in order to do that, I need tickets. Good thing I can rely on today's sponsor, SeatGeek. They have great options to catch a game. Grabbing tickets is easy with their intuitive mobile.
What in the?
They have over 35 million
Whoa! What just happened there? How we coming 12th? I understand, coming in second or third for losing, but 12th?
Next night out on SeatGeek and use code TrevorMay10 for 10% off of your order. You can visit
I gotta see this.
your code will automatically be saved to your account or used anytime. Thank you, SeatGeek.
Maybe I'm gonna spit my drink on my screen. I'm gonna stain my screen. Came in 12th place. What?
Take it easy, man. Second of all, stand on the plane. Why did I think of that? You're right, should have been standing there. The only way we can avoid it. Next, coaching the week. We'll see about that. Why did that make him a good coach? Harps off good coach. I'll have to ask ChatGPT about that one later.
Victoria Paplancha plus Triumphant Pulse. That's a good little double punch right there at the end of the run. You hit 200 meters, you hit Triumphant Pulse and Victoria Paplancha. You hit the Victorian Pulse, and just the last 200 meters. That's just considering that you're near the front.
Which is weird because these are children, literally children. Okay, so second thing, that shirt is very bright, and those are very not pink. Already, probably should be having an altercation. Okay, is there anything that's long? I don't. Oh, okay, we got movement. Austin being nonchalant about it. Bumps him. Oh, he does push him.
But hey, he did push him though. He pushed him first. He pushed him back. Hey,
Umpires and don't get pushed down as an umpire. I think everyone's at fault here. Don't do any of this, adults. Dude, baseball, youth sports is crazy. I can't wait. I can't wait to get in on this. I'm only a few years away. Farthest home runs in high school baseball. Let's see Landon, dude. I know that sound.
jeez.
When they react that way, you know. Even if you can't see it, you know. Excellent. Hey, shout out to that kid for getting out of the box, though. He didn't know. He didn't pivot like it. different kind of reaction. There's hype, and then there's you feel bad for the pitcher as well. So just listen to the tone of this cheer.
456 feet. Jesus.
It's like you're cheering, and then someone like falls down or gets hurt, but instead it's a homer. So that's tough. It's our pitch. Oh, and he wants to be fouled. That's not.
Ow. That went down. That drink went down the wrong way. Oof.
What? Support healthy joints with ProPlan Joint Care Supplements. You
Right. We're cooler than cool. We're flying than fly. Imagine. You know we brought it. Yeah, we came to play.
The Nissan Armada. Everything worth doing is worth overdoing. Nissan. Number one in new vehicle quality. Nissan Armada. Starting at $58,840.
Longevity MD works to reverse your skin's physical biologic age at every life stage. The innovation is MitoPure, the #1 selling longevity supplement, urolithin A.
Wow. That's mine. Goodness gracious, that is a great house. Holy.
It's a big boy.
Tell you what, he gave somebody a great house a souvenir. That ball was nuked. Or a big surprise. You got their back turned to the middle.
So change of fifth.
I think you didn't want to part that. You didn't see the reference. Not got hit on that. Jay Johnson's one.
No, sit the bench. We can't have that. Anybody can do that. Noted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it might have been foul. I'll be honest. I like it. No notes. 10 out of 10. Would recommend. Would watch again. I've seen this one. I want to watch it again. I've already taken notes on this. Hey kids, let's go learn what to never do ever. Never, ever, ever do this.
Well, deceptive off the bat. And Brooks and Bruce have an intense discussion out there. And here comes Eric Horner out of the dugout. That's going to be also road for Braylon Brooks. He takes off. Watch, he knows what's coming.
So the only thing I have to say on this is, one, we don't know what the catcher said. He could have been out there giving him some crap. I've seen that happen where a guy can tell you, like, why'd you throw that? And maybe he's not in the mood for that. But also, two, my biggest takeaway here is the commentator saying, oh, taking off the watch. What do you mean the watch? We're wearing watches on the mound? Is that how we get our signs? Watches are allowed. Like we didn't learn anything from the Astros. No. Most disrespectful moments in high school baseball. Let's see. I mean, I guess nothing changes. Hey, I would rather see 17-year-olds do that, but unfortunately 35-year-olds are doing that all the time, too. You can't let it disrespect like that. I get it. Okay, we got another play to play. Cover.
Ooh.
I believe the kid is all right. I just want to hear This throw had to have been 100 miles per hour. I don't think I've ever seen anyone write that before.
Infield in on the corners. First pitch. Haggard pops it up right side. Down the right field line. Buford, Ross, and Hughes coming together. Hughes slide, makes a catch on the line. Artsberger takes off for third. The throw is a fly. Slide in at third base.
It was 96. Trust me, I know this thing. I played in the big leagues. Oh no. No one knows what to do. I wouldn't either. I don't think the umpire even saw it. The umpire's like, I don't know, you get hurt.
Kid steals home to win a state playoff game.
You think the pitcher was going out of the windup? I'm feeling bad for him in advance. Got another steal at home, it looks like. Hold on. Are we a slam on this? Yo.
Jesus. He's, oh God. Yeah, don't do that.
But I was just worried that you're going to have two doubles or two up and on. So that was close.
Swinging and right through it. Rowe comes home this time. A little wide. And the run will score. Also ends up moving right down the second base.
That didn't look like it felt very good.
And the turf just came up the entire right side batter's box.
So you guys might be wondering, that was weird. That actually more normal. It's not supposed to come up like that, but it being a separate piece because the batter's box and the whole field is turf. The batter's box and the mound gets torn up a lot, so they make it removable. But it's supposed to be attached pretty good. I don't know how that happened, but it doesn't surprise me a bit that it's happened.
It's huge. You want to start playing your best baseball towards the end of May. When everything starts to pick up. You get the AC tournament, and then you get the NCAA tournament coming up. So I think if we get on a good foot here, start playing some good baseball, we'll be all right.
Exactly. I'm ready to photo bomb. No, completely normal. Shout out to my bullpen homies. That is 100% what we're doing all game. Anything but walking. So, it's become readily apparent to me, I am in trouble. Staying up on the feed, staying up on what the hell we're doing here in the internet. We barely had the internet when I was in high school, playing baseball. I know I would have been out there doing this stuff as well, probably more than most people. Let's cover what I learned today. One, can't just stand on the plate. Great point. Two, tarps off equals good coach. If you're wondering what tarps off, it's taking your shirt off on the field as an adult man. Number three, don't push umpires. I felt like that was given. And number four, wear watches while you're pitching. 2018 Red Sox. That was a lot. But paying attention, it's about knowing where the guys are coming from. And I feel like I do that a little bit better today. Also, shout out to EJ and DK for finding me those. There was only one Zoomer in that group. Maybe I can get you guys to send me some TikToks over on the Discord so we can do this again in the future. I don't know. I like to check in. Maybe once a year we try to do one of these things. Sometimes it's not all about how the ball's spinning and whether or not we're going to have a lockout this coming off season. Sometimes I just want to watch some stupid videos and see what you guys are making out there. So if you like this stuff, let me know in the comments. If you don't like the stuff, don't let me know down in the comments. As always, drink some water, watch your baseball.
This is the world's most dangerous gym, but it's not dangerous in the way you're probably thinking.
The fastest production car in the world is a TV from China. It wasn't long ago that if you wanted to go faster than 250 miles an hour, you needed 4 turbos, 16 cylinders, more radiators than I have hose.
EV haters knew deep down that a Tesla would beat their muscle car from a dig, but they knew at the top end, they'd at least be faster. At high speeds, gasoline is just better, right? Engines are king, right? Well, those rules are changing fast.
Some people just know they can save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check that your mechanic is available first before showing up. So check Allstate first for a quote that can save you hundreds.
Just practice it. Some people just know they can save hundreds on car insurance by
What
checking
12 late
Allstate
surges?
first. Like you know to check their keys are in the car first.
In late September, a team from Chinese automaker Yonglong went out to the ATP Papenburg high-speed test oval in Germany, and they laid down a top speed of 308.4 miles per hour in their U9 Extreme. That's faster than Bugatti. That's faster than a Koenigsegg. I'm sorry, who the hell is Yang Wang? And what kind of insane advancements have they made to go over 300 miles per hour in an EV? Before this news broke, I had never heard of Yang Wang, which isn't that surprising. Because of the current import policies towards Chinese vehicles, I don't really pay a lot of attention to what's going on over there. I know for a fact a lot of you guys don't either. Here's a little advice. If you ever start a YouTube channel, don't let a manufacturer put a rep in the car you're about to drive. Don't listen. As my buddy Kyle Tromka at the drive would say, to us in the U.S., Chinese vehicles exist on a theoretical level. But around the rest of the world, that's not the case. Chinese automakers like BYD are making headway on all 6 continents that actually matter. Sorry, Antarctica. They're making such a big push that some of the world's top companies like Toyota and Volkswagen will be forced to rethink their entire strategies for the coming decades. China getting good at making cars is a big freaking deal. But Nolan, why are you talking about BYD? I thought Yang Wang was the fast car. What the hell's going on, dude? Well, come on, bud. I'm playing with you. BYD was founded in 1995. Back then, pretty much all they did was make phone batteries. But in 2003, they founded BYD Auto. And that's when things started to change. 20 years later, 80% of BYD's revenue was from their cars. That cash has gone into building city-sized mega factories where workers can live in company-provided housing with transit to their job site. That's a little dystopian in my case. You ever read about Fordlandia? Not a fan of that. Over at Severance HQ, BYD reportedly employs nearly 120,000 engineers alone. For comparison, that's almost more engineers than Apple has employees. Yangwang is a subsidiary of BYD. If BYD is Honda, you can think of Yangwang as their Acura. BYD makes affordable cars, while Yangwang is focused on more luxury vehicles. They have a big sedan called the U7, making a casual 1,300 horsepower. Then there's the U8, Yangwang's answer to the G-Wagon. It makes just under 1,200 horsepower and has a pneumatic suspension system that can raise the ride height when it's time to go overlanding with your buddy who built his rig for the apocalypse, but is afraid to talk to living. And finally, there's the U9, the focus of this video. In its base form, it's an electric 2-door mid-engine style design, lacking the engine force. It makes around 1,300 horsepower and is capable of 0 to 60 in 2 seconds. The base U9 can hit a top speed of 186 miles per hour, which when compared to the U9 Extreme, seems a little pedestrian, but there's a very good reason why that is, which I'll get to. Honestly, the U9 styling isn't for me. I don't really like it. It kind of looks like a fancier Lycan Hypersport, and you OG fans know how I feel about that. The U.S. price tag for the base U9 without tariffs would be about $235,000, which would put it in the same price range as an entry-level Lamborghini or McLaren. So, Yangwang has all the bases a luxury-minded customer might want covered. But here's the kicker. All 3 of these cars, the luxury sedan, the Brodozer, and the supercar, are all built on the same platform. That's insane. That'd be like if Lexus built their new supercar on the Tacoma platform. It wouldn't make any sense. But it does in this case because all these Yangwangs are EVs on BYD's E4 platform. You have 2 electric motors in the front and 2 in the back. Each of those motors makes around 300 horsepower. The floor is made up of BYD's lithium iron phosphate blade-style batteries, and it has an in-house body control module suite BYD calls DICES. Basically, it's got a ton of sensors and computers on board that can make a ton of suspension changes in the blink of an eye. Yangwang has shown DICES off with videos of their cars going upstairs, jumping over obstacles on the road. The U9 can adjust its suspension to offset body rolls, squatting, and diving when at the track.
which in the U9's case is very necessary because the weighs around 5,500 pounds. That's almost 1,500 more than the Veyron. But if the base U9 is only capable of 186 miles per hour, and the U9 Extreme looks pretty much the same minus the big wing, what if that car hit 308? Well, I think I found the answer. The E4 cars are built on an 800-volt architecture. What kind of architecture an EV utilizes is very important because it determines how much electricity it can put through its motors and how quickly the battery can be charged. For some more context, the Porsche Taycan and Lucid Air are also 800-volt machines, while Tesla has been hesitant to make the jump to 400, except for the Cybertruck, which is also 800 volt. The U9 Extreme lives up to its name with its 1,200 volt architecture. Well, what does that mean? That 1,200 volt rating means the Extreme's motors are rated for a max output of 555 kilowatts. So instead of making 300 horsepower at each wheel like the base U9 does, the Extreme makes 744. Multiply times 4 for each wheel, and that's 2,976 horsepower. It's like they overclocked their PC. They're just pushing more juice to their. They can run Cyberpunk on full with ray tracing enabled. It's a beast. For some comparison, the Bugatti Chiron Supersport, one of the coolest, most impressive feats of modern automotive engineering, has an 8-liter quad-turbo 16-cylinder engine, and that only manages 1,578. That's basically half of the U9 Extreme. But when you look at the craftsmanship that goes into the Chiron and how it's essentially a cigar lounge that can hit 260, I think I'd rather sit in the Bugatti. The U9 is a little too minimalist for me to get excited. Now, there are a couple asterisks attached to the U9 Extreme's top speed record. Typically, when a speed record like this is attempted, the team sends the car in one direction, hits top speed, then to account for any internal winds, they send the car back out to drive in the opposite direction for another run. The average of these two speeds is calculated, and that figure is proclaimed as the car's top speed. The Youngwang team did not do this in this instance. They had their driver, multi-time Nürburgring lap record holder and former FIA GT1 world champ Mark Basang, just go out for one session on the high-speed oval. He took 2 warm-up laps, then hit 308.4 on his third before letting off and finishing for the day. They did not go for the turnaround run. So the SSC Tuatara's official speed record of 295 is safe for now. Additionally, the car was fitted with semi-slick tires, and the suspension was changed specifically for this run. If those features don't make it to the production version, then you could definitely argue that this run is meaningless in the conversation of fastest production car. People said the same thing with the Chiron Supersport Plus with 304 in 2019. That car had a roll cage not present in the production model and only made a pass in one direction. That being said, if you watch the video of the pass, it does look like the U9 has more in it. I mean, this thing was designed to go 500 kilometers per hour, and I think you have a pretty good shot. So maybe this was just a shakedown run, a warning shot, if you will. Mark Basang seems to think so. A few weeks ago, we talked about Chevy and Ford going back and forth at the Nürburgring and asked if it really matters. In retrospect, I was being a bit of a pessimist because, of course, it matters. It gets people excited, and that tech eventually trickles down to cars that you and I will drive. That's the entire value proposition of racing, and that's what's going on here with the U9 Extreme. Yangwang and BYD are putting their cards on the table for everyone to see. How the rest of the world responds to that is up to them. So what now? Who can bring the fight to Yangwang? I've brought up Bugatti a lot today, and I'm sure they're working on a 300 plus version of the new Tourbillon. It would be very unlike Bugatti if they weren't. Koenigsegg might have something in the works, and I wouldn't be surprised if EV makers like Rimac are looking into their own 1200 volt architecture or finding a way to gain even higher output than the U9. With this new record, I think we're right on the verge of seeing some truly insane speeds from car makers all over the world, and that makes this speed freak very happy. Guys, thank you so much for watching this video. I know you have a lot of options these days, and I truly appreciate you watching this one. So, until next time, drive safe. See ya.
Cars are cool. Rental cars are not cool. Cars come in all shapes and sizes. Rental cars are mid-sized or similar. Cars are all about the details. Rental cars.
What do you think of speed of an airplane? I think it's about 170.
When I was in North Korea, I thought that only white people. When I was in North Korea, I thought that only white people lived in America. Hello?
That's funny.
Yeah, I was walking away on it. I think my biggest question is, what's the perception of America minded to while you're there as opposed to once you got here?
I see, I see. You know, when I was in North Korea, I thought that only white people lived in America. And then Americans are portrayed, exaggerated as like werewolves, right? Like a long nose, and facial like hairs, which makes sense. And then that like North America is trying to invade North Korea, and therefore, like constantly, right? And we have to visit war museums where these American soldiers are coming in and basically torturing North Korean people, dropping babies into the well. Like, because again, it's a propaganda, right? It's a war propaganda, and that's why we need to protect ourselves from those kind of evil Americans.
So they're getting you buy-in essentially as to like why America's bad.
Right. Yeah. So prevent that from happening. We have to defend ourselves. Therefore, that's why we're struggling to survive right now is by just making bullets and missiles instead of providing people with the food, the necessities, right? Like we call it the ration, right? Because like socialist country. I mean, when I came to America, like I came to LAX, and then there, like I thought I was like, wait a minute, this is America? They're like Korean people.
Victorian Pulse.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then Korean people everywhere. Like that's like think of it as like a salad, right? Like multiple different vegetables, like all mixed in together, right? Different cultures, different ethnicity, and different. I mean, I've never thought that I would eat like a Korean food or meet another Korean in America, but
Well, especially landing in LA where it's one of the biggest melting pots. Like you're seeing
exactly,
Mexican, you're seeing Korean, you're seeing Chinese, you're seeing Caucasian,
Right.
African American.
right.
They're probably shell shocked.
I was just like, and adjusting was pretty tough too. I'm still adjusting. I'm still like finding little things like it's a culture show. We never do that. But one of the things that I found really interesting was like the choices that we have here in America. Like you just walk in the aisles of like grocery stores and you see like toilet papers that have multiple different brands, and different shapes and and sizes and
Like you have a choice to pick like
Right.
every time.
right. But that was not given to us. Right. That was something that I was like, whoa. And that's why I struggled the most too, because when I was in North Korea, like I didn't have to make those choices. Like everything is like, oh, survival. That's it.
Right.
Right? But now here in America, like, oh, you can be anything you want except the president of America. Because president has to be born here in America, right? I was very disappointed because I couldn't be the president.
So follow up because on our side of things we see propaganda too, right? So I've seen like videos or pictures of like grocery stores full of plastic items. Is that accurate? Is that true?
In a way, yes and no.
Okay.
So yes, it is true that North Korea puts up these props of groceries like apples, for example, right? And they put up like a tropical fruits or even like carrots, right? And I wouldn't personally say that that is to I don't know, maybe to deceive, like tourists or different people. But when I was in North Korea, again, North Korea, we don't have like those tropical fruits all year round, or even fresh vegetables all year round, right? So I thought that was for aesthetics.
Got it.
When I was in North Korea, that was for aesthetics. And sometimes like we do put like when we go to like let's say a funeral or a wedding, like there's like a lot of different food items on the table, But there are some fake food items there too, just to take pictures. Like just to take pictures and then just to because I mean we can't afford it, but we want to it's a picture that will last for a long time. So I don't know, maybe that is true, it's to deceive, but as a North Korean, when I was looking at it, because I've actually walked through those kind of grocery stores, 상점, it's called grocery stores when I was in North Korea, and I've been walking through it. It's a winter, and I would see a green apple or red apple like in the window right there. It's like, yeah, I know that's not real. I know that's fake, but it's just for aesthetics. Maybe like that's how I thought about it. But that kind of like when the movie Interview came out and James Franco went into North Korea, and then actually even before that, when I came to America, looking at the fresh fruits and fresh vegetables all year round, like that was a culture shock because like when I was in North Korea, I've never seen that. Like I've seen pickleball, but I've never seen like the fresh vegetables like that. So I was like, whoa, this is possible. So kind of like making me question. I said, okay, so what again? Like why? What was the purpose? Yeah, what was the purpose of that? So I'm like kind of conflicting, and I still don't know. Yeah. And
Oh shit, she won still.
Live up to your interpretation, but as a North Korean one, I was, and again, like I'm not speaking for entire North Korean people,
I
right?
thought for sure she
Like,
came in
personal
second.
experience, I thought that was just for aesthetics, and that makes sense. Yeah.
And then, like inside North Korea, growing up in North Korea, what's the overall opinion of? Is it positive? Is it negative? Is it somewhere in the middle?
Yeah. So when I was in North Korea, Kim Jong Un wasn't the dictator yet. Kim Jong Il, his dad. So he escaped North Korea in 2011. But when I was in North Korea, again, trying to think that Kim Jong Un, Kim Jong Il was bad, that's out of the concept. That's like you're trying to see something out of your elbow, right? Because from when you're such a young age, you've been brainwashed by the North Korean regime. Again, like when you can speak or when you can read, the first thing that you have to memorize is Kim Il Sung's birthday, which is like the dear leaders' birthdays, and then their names and their hometowns, like what they did, right? So all of those kind of things. So and years of like believing that, those
Based on him and him only.
exactly.
Your existence is
Yep.
basically reflected upon.
Right, because I exist because he exists and he's protecting us, right?
So he's pretty much God. in a way.
In a way, yeah. Okay. That's a really good point too, because Kim Jong so Kim Il Sung, he grew up Catholic, and Kim Il Sung's mother, which is Kang Ban-seok, she was a Catholic, and his dad, Kim Il Sung's dad, which is the now like great great grandfather of Kim Jong Un, he went to Catholic school when he was that was founded by missionaries in North Korea. And Pyongyang was actually known as the Jerusalem of the East because there were so many Christians back in North Korea. Because of like how Kim Jong the regime portrays themselves as like this god, right? And again, that's why in Bible, I'm not sure if you guys believe in God, but in Bible there is like I guess
Christians, yeah.
All right, yeah. Thank you. So please pray for North Korea. That North Korea would once again become like Jerusalem of the East. You guys know about Ten Commandments, right?
Yep.
Yeah. North Korea has something very similar. So in order for you to get into the North Korean Workers' Party, where it allows you to make just a slight of like social climb, like social level climb, and the commandments are just very like identical to the Ten Commandments, like you shall not like don't believe any other god besides me, right? And whereas like in North Korean regime is like you should only like believe in the regime,
Right.
and you should put all of your beliefs and with your heart and mind is like. So Like, I would highly recommend you actually go research it. It's yeah, for me, when I realized that, so I'm like, this is crazy.
So is there like Christian missionaries that go to? Is anybody
Right.
allowed to go there? I don't know anything about.
So, no, like, right now in 2026, the tourism is closed, so nobody can get into North Korea. But 2024 and 2025, when the tourism was open, like, yes, as a Christian, you can go into North Korea, but you're not allowed to preach nor bring Bibles into North Korea, like physical Bibles.
No actual evidence of outside religion or
Right.
anything like
Right. Yeah, you can be Christian.
You just can't talk about it.
You just can't talk about it. Yeah. Yeah. So again, North Korea doesn't have freedom of religion, right? North Korea do say, the state media do say that yes, we do have churches, temples, and they will show you of like the churches in the Pyongyang, and people like a couple of people in the church, praying or maybe, but those are state sponsored, right? To deceive the tourists. The reason is because in order for you to meet the human rights standards, like you have to provide like those kind of things, like freedom of movement, speech, and also freedom of religion. And therefore, North Korea is trying to appeal to UN, saying, "Oh yeah, we do have freedom of religion." But if you were to get captured with the Bible in North Korea, not just you, but your 3 generations will be persecuted. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Despite that, the persecuted meaning you will be sent to political prison camp where you will never get out. 3 generations. Like.
So those are kids there too.
Yeah, so it's called Crime by Relation. And there's a book called Escape from Camp 14. That book was written by this guy who was born and raised.
Actually, I need some pieces. I do need some pieces. So I can level up my other runners.
And that's why he decided to
Not
escape.
too
And
many
it's a
pieces
really
though.
good book.
A couple pulls should do it. Whoa. 4 goals? That's cool. Clippity, clippity, tippity, clop.
Healthcare degree online from WGU. Our bachelor's and master's programs are designed with input from industry experts.
During the work week, the middle of a really heavy surgery, the day stressed out. Why are these people?
Your favorite star. That's a good time. Are you kidding me? Just 2?
This is a culture and a country with like just years and centuries of history that is just being totally erased by replacement migration. It's crazy.
No, they don't pay the minimum wage. It's like a scheme in order to legalize it. So it's a mass legalization scheme.
Question, man, any English? We're trying to do a little interview with people on the streets. No English?
Portuguese?
No.
Portuguese? Portuguese? English or Portuguese? What do you prefer? Okay. But just look
Yeah, but we gotta go to work.
Guys, I probably hear
Sure,
welfare.
we're gonna work out with them.
Pay for house.
Right. My name is Tyler. Do you have any English?
Do you speak Portuguese? Portuguese. Look at the engineer. He's a doctor.
Hi, my name is Tyler. My name is Tyler. Huh? Great. Good thing they added this guy here. Hey, we're trying to interview people. Yep. I'm just walking that way. We didn't miss the thing. You didn't miss the thing. You don't miss the thing. In the plaza. We didn't need it. Okay. And you came from what country?
I came from Bangladesh.
Bangladesh. Yeah.
I'm from India.
From India, right?
Pakistan.
Yeah.
Portugal.
How long have you been here in Lisbon? So they all came in the last 10 years. What do you do for work?
Yeah, I work in one shop.
Yeah, I work for Okay.
Where is your job?
No, I took vacation. I come yesterday only.
You came to Portugal yesterday, and you are here on vacation.
No on vacation. I vacation for Bangladesh because I working here.
You went to Bangladesh on vacation and you came back here.
Yeah.
And what is your job here in Portugal?
Last time I worked in their floor is seniors.
Okay, are you temporary or permanent citizen? Temporary. Bring you here today, so far away. Ayman, what is happening with Ayman today? Document. You go get your document. Okay, so you have been illegal until now, and now you become legal. You are becoming legal now. So, and when you came here, did you come here legally or illegally?
Illegal.
You came legal or
Wow.
illegal? So what brings you here today?
I'm going to Pakistan.
Forever. Very good, brother. Very good. But say,
I'm going back to Pakistan. This spot. That's great.
like my mom. And how much money did you get from the government?
Yeah.
That period?
The rest of the month going back.
Every
Great.
Yes, why don't you stay in India?
Well, wait a minute. Wait, what?
Every month.
Yes, the government just gives these fuckers money.
Why don't you stay in India, in your country?
No money.
No money. Why did you decide to immigrate to Portugal? Government good? Government gave a lot of documents. Facilities. Adventure as well.
Adventuring. Wow. It's exciting.
Yes, it's
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay, okay.
This is him?
That's you.
Uh-huh.
I see. Okay, tell me your story. So how long you been here? You're just here listening.
They really don't like cameras.
Yeah. Step back.
Move. Uh-oh, he's aggroing. Uh-oh, here we go. Why? Why?
What are you doing? What are you doing? Box.
Damn.
What are you doing? Hey, grab the box. Grab the bottle. You're crazy. What do you mean? This is the problem.
And also, by the way, those two fucking guys sitting there with those shoes on, just putting fucking cardboard over the grass so they can sit on the fucking grass. What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck is wrong with you? Who does this?
You missed
Yes.
space, all right? Then just go. I think it's better if you go. Better if you go, okay? Better if you go. You need to go.
Yeah.
They came at me with glass bottles. Ooh, you know what we have video? What?
Yeah.
My friend. Yeah, let's go. Okay, just. I wonder if you trust me, I don't want. If Bangladesh would go to war with Portugal, who would you fight with? No, I live in here now, so I put you one for that. Dumb question.
That's good.
Who would you fight for?
Okay.
I have to explain here the sheer amount of people watching this from a distance.
After being welcomed to my wonderland with a glass bottle from some African engineers, decided to take a walk through Little Bangladesh. So real quick, when you travel as much as I shit, look at them all. We have people world superpowers in this shit. That's insane. It's time hunting for Wi-Fi. How does that happen? The engineers, I know. On your phone, and you have 3 simple ways to stay connected while you travel. Didn't you say communists? I really don't know. Some balance in the app. Use it in over 190 countries. Options are time-based plans. Buy a 30-day plan for a single country. If your trip lasts longer, it'll automatically switch to pay as you go. Use no remain balanced. Zero stress. Wow. Options amazing. Plans. Communist and voting scientists. Grab a regional plan. Well, they need to import these people to make a voter base. Your plan covers all. That's their whole goal.
Never swap sims again.
Their OneSIM feature lets you install their eSIM once and use it. You need an ethnic voter base, and that way yours is always in power. So click the link because they'll keep voting for themselves and for their own benefits. Download eSIM.io and new users. It's like a little cheat code.
Either 100
Get a 100% bonus on their deposit. Thanks, eSIM.
Welcome to Bangladesh. Okay, Bangladesh. Straight off this one. Are you ready to enter? Yes. Oh my God. I think in this area. How long have you been here in Portugal? 5 years. Where are you from? Bangladesh. How do you like Portugal? Good? Portugal or Bangladesh?
Does it feel like Bangladesh here on this street? Does it feel remind you of home? Kind of? Yeah. India, Pakistan, Bangladesh. Morocco. All right. Great. Hello. You recognize me? Yeah, they like, some of them, they like me. Excuse me. Where are you from? Pakistan. Mostly Pakistan, India, Bangladesh here. Most of people are from Bangladesh. And how long have you been here in Portugal? I came from Pakistan. You make much more money here? Much better, much better. You send money home. Yeah. Many people are caught up in the whole, are you here illegally or legally? That doesn't matter. Most of them are actually paying taxes. Most of them are actually working. So it's still an invasion. They're still replacing it. They're still contributing to more crime, higher housing prices, lower wages. So, yeah, legal, no? Legal.
I think this is, I'm really glad that now people are talking about this, is because they think that, like, oh, well, we're just against illegal immigration. No, just because something is allowed to happen doesn't automatically make it good. And yeah, I mean, shifting the conversation from that is a very good idea. It's still a problem. Someone's coming with a rock. I did interview some crack whore pulled up on us like crack whore with a rock. Tranquilo. Are you stopping? See, like, I mean, again, guys, we used to have solutions for these problems. Be real. Oh, wow. Who does this? Oh my God.
I don't know what I missed here. So the woman who appears to be maybe a drug addict is going to call the police.
Yeah.
Hi.
Well, that's good.
Hi. Where are you from? Bangladesh. How do you like Portugal? Portugal or Bangladesh? Which one's better? Portugal is better.
Well, yes, one of them. John.
Question.
Portugal is for everybody.
Anything good? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué no estoy aquí? Portugal.
It's not for fascists. Oh boy. They have the same messaging.
But what do you do for work?
Everybody but not you.
Yeah. How long do you see yourself staying in Portugal? As long as you can?
Yeah.
The owner is Portuguese, and this house was expropriated by the government to build a mosque against, of course, the will of the owner, and that's what says in this sign.
What?
Todo miembro de Walmart Plus sabe que cuando pega el calor no sales de casa. Usa Free Delivery. Entregas gratis el mismo día.
Free delivery these groceries cada semana.
Oh, desde aquí te veo, Raquel. Ya te divertí.
With all of these Hilton Honors points, I could stay for free. Could I look the story in the Maldives? What about the Caribbean Paradise?
No card, fair. When you want points that can take you anywhere, anytime, it matters where you stay. Hilton, for the stay.
Quick check. Arkansas Shaving has been trusted for over 100 years to deliver a high-quality shave at an incredible value. Arkansas's leading rich.
Wait, again. The owner is Portuguese, and this house was expropriated by the government to build a mosque against, of course, the will of the owner, and that's what says in this sign. And this man was displaced of everything he owned, all to make place for an immigrant.
For this house right now is a mosque.
Not yet, but it was expropriated by the government with that purpose. And of course, he's in court against the government, but this just goes to show the
Oh
nature
my
of
God.
and the nature of state for mass
What the fuck?
Ridiculous.
And that's legal. They can just take your house.
That's convenient.
And lay it out for the common good.
The common be a mosque right there?
I am new here.
You're new here.
Is it?
How long
No,
have you been here?
I came yesterday.
You are actually Portuguese to me.
Okay.
And why did you come here?
For a better work, for a better life.
Do you have
Yeah.
job or no job? No job. Tourist visit?
Wow. Okay, so we're witnessing the hack. Under the tourist visa, never leave.
You might be wondering, how do all seems pretty simple. People send the money they make here in Portugal back home to support their families that
That's how high. It's money transfer. Where do people send money back here? To Bangladesh?
Well, yeah,
All over the world.
What is this business about? Money transfer and also selling clothes? Everything? Yeah.
And is this mostly people sending money back home to support their family?
Yeah.
Support their family. Okay.
That's for them to actually go there. He ate
don't do the interview. They're racist.
They don't do this. They don't do
Well,
drugs.
yeah, I'm not about to get that a lot of saliva.
You might be on some drugs.
The rules downtown are allowed. It's halal meats, Panigala restaurante, everything but Portuguese.
How long have you been here in Portugal?
How do you hang out?
Yeah, you spent most of your life here? They don't like this country?
No, why?
This is shit.
There are levels to this. You know, he hates the immigrants, bro. He hates them. There's levels to this. Oh my God.
Before it used to be very different, but now because of so many Indians came, even an immigrant agreed that now the country is shit because of so many immigrants.
Okay. Wow.
You support. Thank you for the support. Hey,
Portugal or Bangladesh? Why is he racist?
Yeah.
I am the right. I am the right. I don't care that you pay taxes. Thank you for the praise. I appreciate the praise. I appreciate the effort. No, you go away. This is my country. This is my city. You go away. You go away.
I'm so glad that they're past the point of just like trying to be like, no, we're not racist. No, we're gonna try to prove it to you. Just say shut the fuck up. Thank God. He's paying taxes. It's legal.
Yeah, it's right.
Oh, they are legal. They should be.
That's the reason why my country will tell you I'm racist. If you say I'm racist, because this is my country, I go wherever I want. This is not your country. This is my country. It's not your country.
Yeah.
You are not Portuguese. It's not your country. Listen. I'm not. I don't want my people to be a minority in their city.
And also, like, here's another component is that a lot of these people try to preach the idea of equality, everybody's the same, except other people. But the problem is that this is what they say whenever they are a minority. And whenever they achieve majority status in areas or even in small enclaves, they exercise complete and absolute racial hegemony. So the idea that like, oh, okay, well, I'm going to tell you this, that they're telling you that because they think that that's an ideology that will allow you to let them do what they want. They don't actually believe in that. They just think that you believe in it. So they're telling you that so they can take advantage of you. That's the reason why. It's hypocrisy. It's not hypocrisy, it's just manipulation.
Another thing, I don't want
Yes.
to come to here and be around people to go away. You just showed why I'm right. I am here in my country. I'm here in my city. And you are telling me to go away from here. You have no right to tell me to go away. The immigrants are not my people.
All right, respect your side. Thank you for your time, sir. Say Portugal or Bangladesh? Bangladesh better. Oh, why'd you come to Portugal?
No. If it's better,
Bangladesh is better. Do you want to go back? No.
but if it's better, like, okay.
Bangladesh or Portugal? Portugal, okay, respect. You're infamous, as I said.
Yeah, I'm very influential. A lot of Portuguese people support me. And actually, let me tell you, that the Portuguese people were never asked to be demographically replaced and invaded in their own country. And actually, recent data shows that 70%, that's not 20 or 30, 70% of people want tighter control of immigration and they want immigrants to actually leave Portugal, not come into Portugal. So if you think I'm racist for thinking that and defending that and standing up for that, then you think that 70% of Portuguese people are racist. So,
Not enough.
What is the democracy of the,
we look at the real right. It is. They don't like their own people. They have a globalist mindset, a liberal mindset. They hate their own people, a lot of them. And this is all that's wrong with European society, that our leaders have been traitorous to our own people. If you're opposed to this, apparently you're racist.
So this guy is fucking based. I love this guy.
We're all racist now. Okay.
Holy shit.
hello.
This building is America's secret weapon in the industrial arms race against China. This is the NEO factory, just unveiled by 1X Technologies. It's the first true vertically integrated humanoid robot factory in the United States. We're talking about every single component, motors, wiring, software, and hardware, all done completely in-house. This is American manufacturing and innovation at its best. But it's here, where the first 100% American-made humanoid robots are being built to ship to customers' homes. I promise you guys, I said I would do it.
In June of last year, I put down a $100 deposit. Get the confidence to make better business decisions with the help of squares.
75% of summer flings won't get there. Blame it on your summer. Don't become a summer statistic. Get outside, culture on Earth. Buzz Aldrin from the moon landing filed a formal report about a light source that nobody could explain. A 2024 military encounter with an orb that split into 5 pieces and then outran a U.S. aircraft before vanishing without a trace. And a 1966 FBI memo describing a landed craft and a crew, like literally little alien men 4 feet tall in spacesuits. The government's official position on every single one of these cases is the same: unresolved. And today, we're breaking it all down. What's in the files? What is the internet saying? And the one question that 8 decades of classified investigation still hasn't answered. Well, if you're interested in these files, why Trump is
Nice.
releasing them, and what everyone is saying about it, and really what it means, this is the episode for you. So sit back, relax, and welcome to King. What's up, people, and welcome back to camp. My name is Mark Gagon, and thank you so much for joining me in my tent where every single week we explore the most interesting, fascinating, controversial stories from around the world from all time forever. Yes, this is the place where I deep dive on all the crazy rabbit holes going on in our shared reality. And oh boy, do we have a fascinating episode for you today. But before I begin, I just want to say a few announcements. We need to have a better name for what we call them at the campsite, like nature calls. Nature calls or something. That's, yeah, not bad, right? Yeah, maybe some nature calls, maybe maybe a bulletin, a camp bulletin. Pretty good. Regardless, look, we don't have time to waste. There's a few things. One, I want to say thank you to you for clicking on this video. Every time you tap in and you watch a video and you support the show, comment, anything like that, it truly helps out the channel. It helps, subscribers grow. It helps me like pitch the show to guests. It just helps keep the lights on at 10 and it helps keep the fire burning here at the campsite. Additionally, I also want to thank my good pal Christos Papadopoulos because Christos has been here for, I mean, almost 2 years now. Dang near, right? A little over, but no. Yep. It feels like an eternity. And you've just always been, pushing the buttons, making everything work. And I don't even really know exactly what you do, but you're on payroll and you're doing a fantastic job. Chris says I don't want to deviate too much because there's breaking news happening in the world of UFOs and UAPs. Also, one last final thing in our bulletin. There's a secret society that you can join if you are so inclined, if you are someone that is drawn to the inner sanctum of the campsite, if you are fascinated by the mystical like myself. And this is a very, very coveted secret society. It's very difficult. The initiation is challenging for most. No one really knows what goes on in there, but It's at patreon.com/campgagnon. That is the place where you're going to get extra episodes every single month. You're going to get every episode of this podcast plus all of the affiliate channels with no ads. And on top of that, we're going to do monthly Zooms where you can tap in with the squad, we can chit chat, see what's going on in the world, and furthermore, you can also talk to Christians directly. What's up? All right, okay, that's patreon.com/campgagnon. Now, can we just jump into it, Christos, please? Absolutely. We finally have a fun episode that is just cool and interesting and also kind of disappointing all at once. And it came recently as President Trump released the UFO files, is what he calls them, more or less. I don't have the exact tweet. If you could even try to find that, put it on Truth Social, where he was just like, hey guys, as I promised, I'm dropping all the UFO files. And the thing that I didn't like about it, the reason I felt like it was fugazi up top was he says, this is a tranche of files, and I'll let you guys decide what the heck is even going on. Have fun and enjoy. The second the president's like, I'm releasing a bunch of classified stuff. Have fun. That's when you know. See, here it is. Okay, no, this is not the one. I'm sorry. Not the one. Sorry. But it's that is a tweet from Trump. But no, the one I'm talking about specifically, he says at the very end, he's like, hey, have fun and enjoy. And I'm like, okay, the second the president's like not concerned, that's when you know you're not actually getting any of the good stuff. But there are some things in here that at the very least are interesting to look about. Yeah, this is the exact one. The people can decide for themselves what the hell is going on, have fun, and enjoy. So that's the best. But I think there are some things in here that we can kind of take away. And we can also even look at like the bigger theory as to why this is happening now and why President Trump is releasing all these files. And I think there are some threads in here that are kind of interesting. And for anyone that doesn't know, I'm not like a what you would call a true believer. Okay, like I'm what I would call a healthy skeptic. Right, I'm fascinated by the affairs of the skies. I'm deeply entrenched in a lot of different research, and I've read many different UFO, UAP, high phenomena books. High strangeness books, you could say. And I'm fascinated by it, but I'm not someone that's so like fully like, yes, dude, this is what's going on. I think there's something going on. But I don't know exactly what it is. And I think anyone that's like too sure, I'm always like, all right. Like I said, I'm fascinated by seekers and not finders, if that makes sense. I'm always drawn to people that are desperately seeking the truth, and a little averse to people that have proclaimed that they've seen the light and are pretty fascinated with what they've found. But regardless, I don't know. I also believe in aliens, or no, I believe in God and demons. So we all believe some stuff that's hard to prove. But that's neither here nor there. Okay? If you are new to the UFO/UAP topic, well, there is a long history, and I can just break down a little bit where this all begins. Okay? The American public has been fascinated by UFOs, or as the government now calls them, UAPs, which is like unidentified anomalous phenomenon. And it's been going on for, I mean, years, literal decades. I mean, all the way back to like 1947 when a rancher found a bunch of wreckage outside on a field in, Roswell, and the U.S. Army Air Force issued two contradictory press releases in the same week. We did a whole episode on that if you want to check that out. It also goes to Project Blue Book, the Air Force's official UFO investigation program that ran from 1952 to 1969 and investigated over 12,000 sightings. And of course, there's the congressional witnesses and the intelligence community whistleblowers and the declassification activists who have been pushing for a moment like this for a really long time. And the pivot that led directly to what happened just a few days ago came in 2023, when a former intelligence officer by the name of David Grush testified before Congress under oath, and he claimed that the U.S. government had, for decades, been secretly recovering and reverse engineering non-human craft, and that the people running those programs had actively misled Congress about the existence of the program and of the craft they had recovered. Now that testimony that David Grush gave detonated across the world, and it made its way into congressional hearings, and then kind of forced the political pressure that is very difficult to just kind of like walk back. And then in February of 2026, President Trump directed federal agencies, I mean the Department of Defense, FBI, NASA, State Department, Office of the Director of National Intelligence, Department of Energy, all these different people to begin identifying and declassifying government records related to UAPs. He cited, quote, the tremendous interest shown by the public. And as a quick reminder, here's what he said, like quite literally. Based on the tremendous interest shown, I will be directing the Secretary of War and other relevant department and agencies to begin the process of identifying and releasing government files related to alien, extraterrestrial life, UAP, UFOs, and any and all of their information connected to these highly complex and interesting, important matters. God bless America. And then on May 7th, the first batch is what they're calling the batches. The first one was ready, and he wrote basically what we saw on this, Truth Social post that I pulled up a little bit earlier. You guys can decide for yourself what's going on and have fun. The program that he launched is called Pursue, which is a cute little name, I will say. I like when the acronyms are like a little word. And it's the Presidential Unsealing and Reporting System for UAP Encounters. And it lives at a dedicated government portal that is kind of like something like out of the X-Files, right? It's like white typewriter font on like a black background. You got like military photographs of all these flying objects, and it's got like a bunch of like aesthetic, and like it's kind of giving Tumblr vibes, if I may say. Like it feels like someone making like a UFO site. Can you pull it up? Like it feels very much like, oh, I'm getting something secretive. Even the font is kind of, yeah, it's Courier, I think. Like it just feels like, ooh, what are we getting into? And here's what's basically in the files: 120 PDFs, 28 videos, and 14 images. 162 total files, all sourced from these different departments that we said: DoD, FBI, NASA, etc. And the files span from the year 1948 to 2026. Now, the Department of War, which Trump renamed back in September, it used to be Department of Defense, Department of War, the DOW, the DOW, basically said that the materials archived on the site are unresolved cases. So, what does that mean? It means that the government has not reached a conclusion on what the nature of these images are or what they're looking at. So it's unresolved. It's not, debunked or not explained or not just disregarded. It's filed, in kind of like this vague, ambiguous kind of state. It's not like, oh, this is obviously what they're going. Like they're basically just saying, we don't know what this is, and we also can't say that it's nothing. And now, according to the Department of War, more tranches are going to be dropping every few weeks and on an ongoing basis because of the quote scope of the project. Now, we will be doing follow-up episodes for every new tranche that drops. And this is, like I said, only the first batch. So, Representative Tim Burchett said in a statement, I would like to remind people that transparency won't all happen at once. It will take some time. Now, that brings us to what's actually inside the files, because, buried in 162 different documents is something that most of the coverage on this is kind of like glossed over. A lot of people are just like, oh, aliens are real. Why aren't you guys reacting? And then other people are just like, yeah, this is BS. This is a nothing burger, which I hate when people say nothing burger. But it's like, it just feels very millennial to me. But not a burger if it's nothing. What is a nothing burger? Like, I don't know. This is a digression. But what's up, guys? We're going to take a break real quick because I got to tell you something kind of embarrassing. All right. I've been working out pretty consistently for a while. I love working out. I think it's super important. It's part of my daily routine. And I don't really eat garbage. And I'm doing all the stuff you're supposed to do. And I get in pretty good shape. But at some point, I noticed the results kind of just stopped matching my effort. Kind of around the time that I had a kid. I put in the same amount of work, but I wasn't getting the same results at the gym. I would get a little bit more belly fat. My energy was kind of inconsistent. Recovery was taking a little bit longer. And I assumed I was just getting older, which makes sense, right? Guys, when they hit their 30s, testosterone naturally goes down. And, when that happens, your body literally starts storing more fat and you start losing muscle faster. But here's the thing that messed me up. The more body fat you carry, the more your body actually converts testosterone into estrogen, which makes it even easier to gain this fat. It's a cycle that keeps on going around. And so I started taking Marsman. And honestly, I've been on it for a while and I've actually noticed a difference. This is going to sound crazy. This is real. 2024, I did blood work. My testosterone was fine. It was on the little lower side of normal. And I did blood work recently, completely unrelated to this. And I've been taking Marsmen for, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 months. My testosterone went up. Now, I don't know if it's from Marsmen. I'm not going to say it's only them. Maybe I've been eating a little cleaner, I've been sleeping better. Who knows? But my testosterone actually got an increase. I couldn't believe it. My energy feels steadier throughout the day. My workouts have been better. And going into summer, I'm actually leaning out in a way that I feel better about. Now, Marsmen is a natural supplement. I don't even have it in the studio because it's at my house. There's no synthetic hormones, no sketchy stimulants, just actual ingredients like Tongkat Ali, Shilajit, zinc, boron, and they're designed to actually support healthy testosterone levels. Now, look, you can just go buy all of these supplements yourself. You can go buy Tonga LE, Shilajit, but you got to make sure they're from the right place. You got to make sure they're the right quality, and it can get expensive to actually like parse all together. But with Mars Men, it's just all of it in one, already done for you. It's made in USA. It's third-party tested in every batch, and over 91% of users actually report higher energy. Now, here's the crazy thing with Mars Men. There's a 90-day money-back guarantee. 90 days, 3 months of trying it out, and if it's not for you, you get your money back. Zero risk. And for a limited time, the people who are listening to this program, you're going to get 50% off for life. I don't know how often this offer comes around. I don't know why they're doing this. 50% off for life, free shipping, and 3 free gifts at mengotomars.com. That's mengotomars.com for 50% off and 3 free gifts when you check out. It's also available on Amazon. It really worked for me. I like it. I still take it because, I like natural supplements and it makes me feel good. Now, when they ask where you heard about it, tell them the good people at Camp Gagnon sent you. It really helps the show more in now. Now, let's get back to it. Now,
Gold bucket. Another gold. That's our third one in a row.
Get ready for 5 times more engagement and views. All the algorithms love streams and engagement, rewarding you with even more views. While you, sure that works, upload and stream from Restream.
There's a bunch of things in the files that are interesting. We're going to kind of go through the most interesting ones. And what's interesting is that the first thing in the file chronologically doesn't start in Roswell. It doesn't even start in America. It actually starts in Nazi Germany. Yes. The oldest file in the batch isn't a blurry photo of like a thing in the sky or like an alien. It's an FBI field report from 1944. World War II is still going on, and the FBI just received a tip. According to the declassified report of the files, the Bureau was told that the Nazi regime had built a disc-shaped aircraft constructed in the Black Forest region of Austria. Now, the report doesn't confirm that this happened. The FBI included a disclaimer plainly stating in the document itself that the file contained neither recommendations nor conclusions of the agency. So, in other words, this is a tip that we got. We're not saying if it's true or not. We're just telling you what someone told us. But here's where it gets interesting, because this isn't coming out of nowhere. The Nazi aerospace program was, by every historical measure, decades ahead of the Allied forces. So the Horten brothers, Reimar and Walter, had already developed a functional flying wing aircraft. Can you pull a picture of that? The Horten Ho 229, which used radar absorbing carbon hybrid plywood to evade detection. And this was flying around during World War II, like 1944. I mean, yes, this is an image here. I mean, the thing looks great. It kind of looks like the Delta bomber, doesn't it?
It looks like something out of the Jetsons.
A little bit. I mean, it's like, this is the kind of stuff that the Nazis were cooking with on their aerospace programs way back in the day. Now, Nazi engineers were simultaneously developing jet propulsion, rocket technology, guidance systems that the Americans and the Soviets were super desperate to acquire. So desperate that after the war ended, they launched competing programs to snatch German scientists before the other side could actually get them, right? Like Nazi Germany falls apart, gets dissolved, and the Soviets and the Americans both want the information. They're like, hey, you guys are making crazy stuff, you guys are obviously evil, but you guys are like on the forefront of a lot of tech. We want that. So the American program was called Operation Paperclip. Hundreds of Nazi scientists, including rocket pioneer Werner von Braun, were quietly brought to the United States and then integrated into the military-industrial complex that built all of the technology during the space race. So when the FBI mentions a Nazi flying disc in the Austrian Black Forest in 1944, the gap between like a credible lead and like a crazy conspiracy theory is a lot narrower than it might seem like on its face. But that's not the entire thing, because the Nazi stuff in these files doesn't just stop at 1944. In the immediate post-war period, strange sightings started appearing in Scandinavia, Western Europe, and a bunch of other places that American and, probably just Allied investigators couldn't really explain. So the State Department cables from 1948 included in this specific file release documented officials in Sweden and the Netherlands saying that the objects being reported, quote, did not originate from any known culture on Earth. That's literally what a telegram, a cable that comes through to these different government dignitaries is saying that they're seeing sightings from something, not from any known culture on Earth. Now, again, that is officials in Sweden and the Netherlands that are saying this in 1948. Now again, before we go crazy off the deep end, a skeptic would reasonably point out that in 1948, the full scope of the Soviet aerospace capabilities were still largely unknown to everyone. Not from any known culture on Earth. That just might mean like we don't know if this is Soviet, we don't know what this is, but we don't really even know how to say that in a cable. You know what I mean? Like, it's possible that they're just basically being like, this thing is crazy, but they're saying it through this kind of like antiquated messaging system that doesn't really come through that clearly. But consider what it means if that is the explanation, right? It means that Western officials in 1948 believed the Soviets might be operating craft so advanced that trained investigators couldn't assign them to one of the civilizations on Earth, right? That's not like super reassuring. That's basically just them being like, hey, this tech is so advanced, like whatever we're seeing up here is so crazy advanced that the Soviets are cooking on something insane. So that's just like an interesting little look into that post-war period and kind of technological race that was already bubbling up between the United States and the USSR. Either way, the phrase that went into that archive is pretty significant, and the fact that it's in there, I think, is very interesting. And the story doesn't just stop there, because the sightings from 1947 to 1968, they are probably the most heavily documented sections in the files. And one of those central documents is a massive FBI file, hundreds of pages, detailing the, quote, eyewitness accounts and public reports of UFO sightings, specifically during the Cold War. Now, this specific file has technically been disclosed before, but the version released in this batch features significantly fewer redactions. I mean, whole passages that were previously completely just blacked out and redacted are now visible for the first time. And 1947 is where you get the entire modern sort of UFO kind of era coming in. And this is the year that Kenneth Arnold, a private pilot, reported seeing 9 crescent-shaped objects flying in formation near Mount Rainier in Washington. And he said that they were moving at speeds that he estimated were over 1,200 miles per hour. This is the same year that the U.S. Army Air Forces issued a press release saying that they had recovered a flying disc and then retracted it within 24 hours and said it was weather. And the government's credibility on this specific topic and just the Roswell topic in general never fully recovered from that 48-hour reversal. So what the Cold War files show in aggregate is that this was not a fringe preoccupation. These were military pilots, radar operators, intelligence analysts, and civilian aviation officials filing formal reports through these official channels describing objects that, to them, defied any explanation. Like people always say this when they're talking about like the UFO, UAP stuff. They're always just like, oh man, it's always like some guy out in the field in Mississippi missing a tooth. It's like, I saw something in the sky. And it's like, yeah, that's the way Hollywood portrays it. And sure, that also happens. But in these files, it shows us like, no, these are some of the most esteemed and credible people within their fields that are describing and filing these things through the official channels, much to their own personal risk, right? Like if you're a pilot in the 50s, it's like, hey, I saw something in the sky that I can't explain. You could be put on paid leave or unpaid. So like you could just be like pulled out of your job and like, hey, you're losing it. You're saying that like you're seeing aliens. We got to take you out of the sky. Like these are people whose jobs required a ton of precision and who were documenting in writing that something they couldn't explain entered into their airspace. But here's the crazy part: buried in these Cold War documents is a 1966 FBI memo that is genuinely one of the most interesting things in the whole release. The memo documents witness accounts of what they call metallic flying objects. And several of those witnesses didn't just describe the craft, they described a crew. Now, they're describing 3.5 to 4 feet tall, like these men dressed in what appeared to be spacesuits with helmets, climbing out of a landed aircraft. This is an actual 1966 FBI memo reported by a field agent. The FBI, again, doesn't draw a conclusion on this file. It documents it and then it forwards that report up the chain, and then for 60 years it just sits in a classified archive until it's released. Now, if you're thinking, all right, civilian eyewitnesses in 1966 see a little man in a spacesuit, sure, that's one thing to reckon with. But surely the trained professionals, the pilots, the astronauts, the people in the most rigorous sort of observational standards in the world, the most trained and educated of these, adventurers in the sky, surely they're not seeing stuff. Well, the files say the opposite. Because the files include NASA mission transcripts, crew debriefings, audio recordings, and annotated photographs covering unexplained sightings from Gemini 7 in 1965, all the way through the Skylab missions in the 70s. And the astronaut reports are consistent and repeated, and unlike the civilian accounts, documented in the most controlled environment ever, right? Like literally in space. So the Apollo 11 file, that's the moon landing, Neil Armstrong, July 1969, all that stuff. It includes a report from Buzz Aldrin, who describes what he calls a bright light source. And he said he observed this during the mission that the crew discussed, and they couldn't identify what it was. Now, according to the transcript, the crew felt that it, quote, could be a laser. It wasn't the moon's surface. It wasn't a known spacecraft. I mean, there's nothing else up there with them. It was this unidentified bright light source in the vicinity of the lunar module. And Buzz Aldrin filed this in his formal reporting about the mission. Now, the Apollo 12 and the Apollo 17 transcripts are also included, once again showing the pattern. You have these astronauts, again, the most highly trained observers in the world, routinely encountering things in space that they can't identify, and they felt that they were compelled to formally document this. If you can actually even pull up the link on this one from the government website. So you can see the link on the page, and you can kind of see the transcript, and then there's a photograph as well in that same document. You can pull that up. Now, it says in the document, we don't know what this is, but we can't say it's nothing. And I mean, it's not just like the lunar mission. So you can see here, this is from the war.gov on the NASA UAP stuff. So you can see 3 dots off in the distance. It's from the left, so I can read the transcript here, or the description. It says, as part of the review of historical UAP materials under Pursue, which is the name of the program, the Department of War has opened a case to investigate the accompanying NASA photographs from Apollo 17 missions taken in December of 1972. The image contains 3 dots and a triangular formation in the lower right quadrant of the lunar sky that is clearly visible upon magnification of the image. While this photo has been previously released and discussed by keen observers, there's no consensus about the nature of the anomaly. No new preliminary U.S. government analysis suggests that the image features potentially the result of a physical object in the scene. Additionally, as part of this investigation, the government has obtained the original film from the Apollo 17 mission, and the results of the full NASA and Department of War analysis will be released when completed.
Let's go.
Insura's a one-stop shop. You can shop, compare, save, and buy insurance all through
Nice.
Insura. Before Insura, this would take hours. This took like 10 minutes. And look, I'm already done. Insura is your shortcut to help you find and save on your car insurance. After talking to my doctor, the choice for me was obvious. Boom. Best Kipinta. Learn more at kipinta.com.
Honey, Mortgage 26 says we should keep renting.
Mortgage 26. Reba says, more realtor agents recommend realtor.com. They train. Bunkers.
I didn't believe it.
So, what does that mean? I mean, they're basically saying they're like, there's something in the field that they can observe. It's not like, a speck that's on the lens that doesn't appear in the other photographs, and it's something that's worth investigating. Now, looking at film from 1972, I don't know exactly what they're going to come up with, but it is just an interesting ripple in this whole story where you're actually seeing photographs from NASA astronauts and scientists looking at a picture being like, they don't know what this is. Now, the Gemini 7 crew in 1965 also reported anomalous objects in the sky. The Skylab crew in the early 1970s added their own accounts to
So
what
here we
now is
go.
becoming this pretty consistent
But
body of
this
evidence.
boy.
And again, it's not definitive, but that there's something going on that is unexplainable. to the most
It happens.
sophisticated and
The
trained
RNG, bro.
observers that America's ever produced. And once
Hey,
again,
she ended up
more
coming
so
in
for the
13th
aggregate, these files have been
after she came in
recorded
second
and
last
then filed
race.
away with no, sort of abject consensus as to what it is.
What?
It's just kind of like, yeah, this is unresolved. And they just sat there for 6 years. And none of this was ever fully disclosed or fully public before May 7th. Of course, there were pieces of this that were redacted or leaks that came out, but now you actually have the official files being released from the government. And, we've had a lot of UFO sightings and stories that were made public by certain individuals throughout the years, but nothing official that had been recognized by, the government in this way. And these files have been slowly building for a long, long time. Now, the most recent chunk of the files covers 2019 through 2024, and in some ways, it's maybe the more bizarre because it's not this like grainy archival footage from the Cold War. This is like infrared sensor data from U.S. military operating in an active military theater within the last 5 years. Like all of us were alive when these actual like images and videos were taken. And there are actually more than 20 videos in this release shot by military sensors in locations from Syria, Japan, Iraq, the UAE, the Gulf of Oman. And the objects described in these images range from small, fast-moving white specks to metallic elliptical shapes hovering at altitude to what one report calls a bouncy ball shape. And a June 2024 infrared sensor recording over the Gulf of Oman shows an object being tracked by a U.S. aircraft over the waters near the UAE. And then it just quickly accelerates out of frame. But the single most striking report in the modern sort of, disclosure section is what the files describe as a, quote, super hot orb. One of the hottest orbs that they've ever found in space. This orb is sexy. And they encounter it near a suspected government facility in a mountainous region. Now, the exact location of this region is heavily redacted. But here's what the documents say happened. This is the story. You have a military aircraft on a nighttime search mission, and it detects a single orb, and it is described through the radar and infrared as super hot, and it's close to the ground. The orb then moved eastward at a high rate of speed and then split into two objects. The crew continues to pursue it, and then the two objects split further into four, and then into five orbs, each flaring up sequentially and remaining stationary, and then dimming one by one until they all vanished. And then the aircraft broke off pursuit. So, what are we doing next? The Pentagon's official position on this stated plainly on the war.gov/UFO portal, and they basically just once again said this is an unresolved case. Some researchers who have reviewed that footage have offered some, more mundane, skeptical positions. They say diffraction patterns from hot jet engines can produce these like star-shaped or potentially even orb-shaped artifacts in infrared sensors. Fast-moving specks can be a commercial drone or an optical illusion when you're at a certain altitude. That's like a very genuine explanation that possibly makes all the sense in the world. But an orb that splits into five objects and then emits light in all directions that even outpaces military aircraft before just completely vanishing. That particular case doesn't have, the most mundane explanation available to us. It's just a little, that one you read and you're like, all right, maybe there's like a weird sort of, parallax thing where you're at a certain distance and it's moving faster. I don't know. It's just a weird thing that they put in the report. And then there's also the Kazakhstan report. This is a bright object observed by multiple sources making what they say are 90-degree turns at speed. So for context, if you're not an aerospace engineer, any aircraft capable of making 90-degree turns at the speeds described in these reports would require structural materials and jet propulsion systems that we don't think exist in the world. Like, at least they're not publicly known in aerospace programs across
Looking
any
down,
of
bro.
the major power players, America, Russia, and China. This 90-degree turn at the high velocity is something beyond traditional physics or aerodynamics. It's something else that we can talk about in a second. What's up, guys? We're going to take a break because I want to talk to you about something that happens in your late 20s, early 30s that no one tells you. That basically your ability to handle a night out drinking with the boys completely changes. Bro, when I was 22, I could go out on like a Thursday, sleep 3 hours, wake up, go to work, then go to the gym. feel completely normal, and then do it again the same day. Like I felt invincible. And now I have like 2 glasses of wine, and the next morning I wake up and I'm like, what did I do? And the craziest part is I can actually like see it now. Like I literally will wear like a whoop, and I can see my sleep score that night and be like, oh, I had 2 beers, so now I'm having a 5% recovery. My body's trying to recover from alcohol in a bunch of different ways, not just dehydration. I mean, it affects brain chemistry, liver has to process it,
Yeah, she's in a
brain,
bad
and
mood.
that is why I started
What's
using
happening?
Cheers Restore. Now, Cheers Restore is unbelievable. I'm not even the biggest drinker, and this absolutely has saved me on multiple occasions. All right, this is an after alcohol aid that's designed specifically to support your liver and your brain after drinking. So the key ingredient is something called DHM, which researchers started studying for how it interacts with alcohol in your body. Cheers was actually invented by a student at Princeton, and now it's everywhere. I mean, it's been on Shark Tank, 50 million doses, 30,000 stores. It also has thousands of five-star reviews on Amazon, and it's been backed by doctors, PhDs, and clinicians, all this stuff. And the idea is very simple. You're a normal adult, you're having a couple drinks, all right? Cheers helps support your body so that you feel way better the next morning. And all you do is you take 3 capsules after your last drink or before bed. And obviously, this isn't for like the insane, college kids, all right? If you have like 12 tequila shots, I don't know what to tell you. But if you're a responsible adult having a couple drinks at a wedding, it's going to make a huge difference. And honestly, for me, the biggest thing is that, I just wake up feeling like a functional person that's still able to get stuff done. I'm able to recover better, and I'm still able to have fun with the boys at night. So, same night out, but a way better morning. And that is with Cheers. So, for a limited time, our listeners are getting 20% off their entire order when they go to cheershealth.com and they use the code CAMP. So, you just go to Cheers Health, use the code CAMP, and you're going to get 20% off. And after your purchase, they're going to ask where you heard about Cheers. Please tell them this for the good people over at Camp Gagon. It really helps us. It keeps the fire burning. It keeps the lights on. Thank you guys so much. Cheers has been amazing. I can't handle the uneasiness of the next day, and Cheers makes it all possible. Now, let's get back to the show. But there are obviously people in the online space, specifically in the UAP space, that have talked about this, and they've looked through the files and they've given their own sort of analysis as to what's going on. I mean, when the file dropped, people went crazy. Like the website war.gov/UFO is going crazy. I mean, 340 million hits in a single day, 340 million website interactions in the first day. The server infrastructure of the United States Department of War, one of the most powerful government bodies, struggle to keep up with people trying to go through and read the documents. I mean, that alone tells you just how much public interest has been building on this specific topic. But of course, the reactions to this have been split, and there's kind of like 3 camps that need to fall. So the first camp you could say are the believers who went looking for confirmation, and some of them feel that they found it on Instagram and on X. The 4-foot-tall crewmen and spacesuits from the 1966 FBI memo that we talked about. That one immediately goes viral. Screenshots of the memo alongside text like, they knew, and, this is an official FBI document, and no one's talking about it. The Buzz Aldrin Apollo 11 report spread similarly. And then, of course, Barack Obama's 2021 statement that there are things that I can't tell you on air about UFOs that have been, recirculating at this time. And people are now framing it as like a retroactive confirmation, like, oh, Obama knew the whole time, and he was like, hey. David Grush's congressional testimony, like I talked about before, where he, said that there was recovered non-human aircraft and biological material, that also resurged, as the context around this release. And the skeptics looked at the same files and they saw something completely different. So on Reddit, you have responses from our UFO or our Ask Reddit, and it's super divided. One of the top comments in one of the threads about the release put it plainly and says this. I don't know who wrote it, so I'm sorry if I'm reading your comment without giving credit. But it says UAP can literally be a bird, camera distortion, or a helium balloon. And of course, several aerospace engineers and physicists commenting in those threads went through the modern military footage and pointed out that many of the objects, including the star-shaped ones, in their opinion, are almost certainly infrared refractions or diffractions, and basically just like visual artifacts from jet engine heat signatures. So when the infrared is looking at a jet engine, the heat from the engine can actually create these weird sort of diffracted visual cues that then get reported as something that they're not. Now, the consensus in these skeptical communities is that the files are interesting, as historical documents and giving us a look into, what the internal memos during the Cold War were and that kind of thing. But the gap between unexplained and extraterrestrial is what they would say is wishful thinking, that this is not actual evidence, but this is just a bunch of people that want to believe. And then there's maybe a third camp, and this is the most politically charged, and maybe you can belong to two of the camps at once. You have the believers that get confirmed, you have the skeptics that get confirmed with their skepticism, like oh, CPS, and then the third camp is like the distraction theory camp. Now, almost immediately after the UFO files dropped, a counter narrative emerges across all the platforms, and they say that the timing here is not just coincidence. February 2nd, 2026, just 3 months before the UFO files are released, the Justice Department made publicly like 3 million pages of the Epstein files just available. And they were enforcing that through a law that was passed. And according to a New York Times report, Donald Trump is referenced in those Epstein documents over 13,000 times. Not a great look for Trump to be associated with Epstein so many times in the files.
Sounds cool.
Epstein talking to him, or talking about him, or different places that they both were. So you have the Epstein files that drop, and everyone goes crazy. And then, of course, you have, shortly thereafter, UFO files that drop. Now, on Reddit, there's a thread titled, "Are Trump's UFO files a distraction from Epstein?" And, of course, that gathered a ton of traction. And the argument is pretty clear. The Epstein files, reference Trump a ton, and it's deeply damaging and politically inconvenient for Trump and his administration. And plus, the Epstein files are highly redacted, and supposedly there are even more files that haven't even been released. So for the last few months, many have been calling for the files to be unredacted or to disclose all the rest of the files that haven't been made public to ensure accountability for those who are responsible. And they've been calling for the remainder of everything to just get put out there so we can actually see and hold accountable those that were involved, right? Like, it's kind of crazy that you have Epstein and all these other people that are, in these concentric circles of, connection with him. Either, they are completely unaware of what he's doing in their relationship, or they're aware of what he has done in the past and they're looking to close to convenience to their business, or they're fully aware of what he has done and what he's doing now and they're just ignoring it. Or, the most deviant is that they're fully aware and complicit and potentially even engaging in these highly disgusting criminal affairs. And, in these files, you have all these people connected.
For the mom, that's like
but yet
perfect
only
timing.
Ghislaine Maxwell was correct.
Weight surgeon
Only
from
one
there
person.
with her
Like,
ability.
and she's in
Ooh,
a cushy prison,
actually
like, walking
though,
around playing tennis or someone else in prison. But yeah, Epstein might not. Epstein might
if
just be
she's
busting out of here
100% gonna
chilling
speed up when everybody slows down.
Maybe he's not with us. Where he is, I don't know. He might be in. It might be near Cancun or something. Tampa Pete, or it might be. It might. Oh, West Palm Beach, Palm Beach Beach, Palm Beach. Who knows? Now, the UFO files release is obviously a high spectacle, shock and awe, high engagement. Oh,
A big audio, more time.
inspired by the Mandalorian and Grogu, now playing in theaters. On its way. Overwhelming event that dominates social media algorithms and shifts a lot of the cultural conversation. I mean, as Steve Bannon called it, flooding the plane, just putting more stuff out that people just kind of fall into this kind of algorithmic malaise where they're just constantly like, oh, yeah, nuclear war over here, and another conflict here, and this thing happened at this place, and these aliens are real. And it just kind of puts us into like this, catatonic kind of overwhelmed coma, And critically, the UFO files, perhaps, by design, don't actually resolve anything, you know? Like, it just is an endless debate, and it generates a ton of conspiracies, you have skeptics, you have believers, and it consumes an enormous amount of attention because it's really interesting. But ultimately, it doesn't mean that much. But once again, this is only the first drop, and remember, there are supposedly many more files, both, UFO and Epstein. One of which I'm much more confident we're going to see than the other. And to be fair, the counter argument is, also I think important. Many voices within the UFO research community, including people, on UFO Twitter and UFO Reddit, they have pushed back hard on the framing. And there's actually a popular thread titled "The UFO Files and the Epstein Files Are Not Mutually Exclusive." And this position basically argues that the people who worked for years to get these documents released, whether it's researchers or whistleblowers or congressional advocates, they deserve credit for actually getting something disclosed and actually getting the government to move on this issue. And that dismissing this, purely as just a distraction technique basically does the government's work for them by getting people to stop looking at any of the files themselves. And I think both things can be true, right? Like these UFO files can be obviously legitimate, and there are really interesting things inside of them. They're obviously highly sanitized and redacted, so that it doesn't actually threaten the power structures in this country. But they're still really interesting. And the timing of them could also be strategic. And that is probably the most likely situation of all. And then, of course, there are a ton of theories circulating that go beyond the distraction angle, and the ones that treat these 162 files not as a conclusion, but more as like a breadcrumb trail that goes to some type of more grand conspiracy. And the most persistent one online is pretty straightforward. That these are the files that they're okay with you seeing. And that's the most likely scenario of all. And almost certainly, I mean, what we're seeing in these files is not the actual craziest stuff that the government has in, these classified archives, right? I mean, what we're seeing is almost certainly a very sanitized version that is imbued with a lot of truth, but it's just kind of stuff that like, yeah, show them a picture of a blob on a screen and the people go crazy and just kind of, once again, just be happy with the bread for so. And I mean, think about like Operation Paperclip, like we talked about before. This theory that the U.S. imports all of these Nazi scientists after World War II, and it gets aerospace technology that was farther along than anything else. But people also suggest that in this, it's possible that maybe they got whatever was being built in the Austrian Black Forest in 1944. Remember that disc-shaped UFO thing? And that the U.S. was literally building these like black programs of this type of technology in the subsequent decades, and they were partially built on this Operation Paperclip foundation. Now, in that type of reading, some of what gets filed as UAP isn't alien at all. It's actually American technology. Or, it was built on the technology that the Nazis had that then we acquired. And classifying it as unexplained phenomenon could be a really convenient way of having to avoid where it came from or what it is. And then you have a theory built on top of a theory. And this has been going around in a bunch of different, UFO and, conspiracy forums that, these images that we're seeing, specifically of like these orbs that split and then multiply and then they vanish, they represent something that no existing aerospace program can explain and something that the government has known, for a long time. And that basically this slow drip release process of these files is very deliberate, and it's what they call a managed process of acclimation. So not disclosure. Disclosure would be, the government just being like, guys, it's official. We have contact with aliens, and they're here, and they're telling us this stuff. This is what they would call acclimation, getting the public used to the idea incrementally, so that when potentially the real answer comes, whatever it is, disclosure or not, it doesn't cause a collapse to the social order. The concern is that if the government comes out and says, hey guys, we have confirmation that aliens are real, that we would just dissolve into, just anarchy. And people would go crazy, that, this existential threat, there would be all these different factions, wars would break out. And so by dripping these files in this manner, where people are kind of like, it seems to me, sort of ambiently just kind of down with the idea of aliens. Like most people I talk to are like, yeah, there's probably aliens. Like it's maybe a tactic to get people to just kind of be a little more blasé, and that way, eventually, if the government's like, we got aliens, which that's its own conspiracy, people would be like, okay, we can deal with this, and the whole world doesn't collapse. So, what does all this mean? Where does this put us? We know that in 1944, the FBI gets a tip about this, Nazi flying disc in Austria, and it's filed to that conclusion. In 1948, the State Department in Sweden and the Netherlands look at, a bunch of stuff appearing in their skies, and they say in an actual, diplomatic, letter that it didn't originate from any known culture on Earth, and it was filed to that conclusion. And then in '66, FBI field agent documents eyewitness accounts of a landed metallic craft with a crew, filed to that conclusion. Buzz Aldrin, one of the most, watched astronauts in the world, maybe the most watched voyage in human history, observed this weird unidentified light source near the lunar module on 69, filed with that conclusion. And then in 2024, U.S. military sensors track an orb that splits into five orbs and then, just vanishes. Once again, filed with that conclusion. So you have 80 years, dozens of agencies, thousands of reports, all filed with that conclusion. And unfortunately, the only honest answer to Trump's question that he put on Truth Social, what the hell is going on, is that no one knows. And it's not because people aren't trying to figure it out, but it's because it's unknowable based off of what's been released. And there's also still a ton of stuff that hasn't been released, and hopefully more pieces that the U.S. government will put out. But the narrative that the Department of War is leaning into is decisively uncertain. We still don't know what this is, and we can't say it's not. And that's where they're at. That's why the files are public now, and that's why these specific files are able to be released, because they're able to be like, hey, here's something, but we don't know what it is. So I don't know. Go read them. Make up your own mind, and let me know what you think. Because the truth is that what we've covered in this episode is a sampling. It is really an overview, and there are a ton of different ways you can read these files, and there are a ton of different narrative threads that should be followed and actually, dug deeper into. I mean, there are religious through lines that we didn't even talk about how these files might have implications for God and angels and demons, which maybe that's its own episode that we do. And then of course there's the historical lines Operation Paperclip and a bunch of the other secret military operations. And we're definitely going to be going through all this stuff in future episodes, so make sure you subscribe so that we don't miss out on those specific deep dives. And unfortunately, at the end of those episodes, we might end up in the same place, but it's just like, this is something, but we don't know what. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a brief overview of what was released in the most recent tranche of UFO files put out by the United States government. I mean, once again, my feeling on this is that this is a convenient time to put it out. I think that there's probably a lot of strategic political agendas at play. And the fact that there's not a bigger reaction from most people is a little bit surprising. But I guess I don't know what the reaction would be. I'll just go to my coffee shop and see these files, and people are like, yeah, I saw some pictures on Instagram. Pretty weird. I don't know what it is. Which kind of just goes to show, without people being explained what they're looking at, they don't know what they're looking at. Most people are not, deeply invested in this stuff, or, at least even curious about the stuff to dig in and try to come up with their own theories. Most people are just like, yeah, the government said they don't know, so neither do I. And I'm like, all right, well, you can look into it.
I went through extensive research to figure out what the best investment is so that anyone can get rich in the future. And you predicted that this will grow by at least 5,000%.
Yes, and my conviction is so high because of what I do on a day-to-day basis.
Is there a woman on planet Earth that will have more money from them?
Maybe I'm overseeing nearly $30 billion.
Knocks on the door.
Oh, the red matches feel so good.
Time left.
I mean, I'm on my way to meet up with the gang. Got this Satsumi car meet going down tonight. It's looking nice out here. Nice afternoon vibes. We in the teggy with it. Woo! Stock motor, stock exhaust. Oh, it's raining too. Oh yeah.
I was like, well, guess this is a Savannah. 5 lights? What do you mean lights?
air forces has announced that
The year is 2126, and you're watching the Earth rise on a new day from the comfort of your home on the moon. NASA just wrapped phase one of building the first city on the moon. And while everyone talks expansion and new architecture, it's still the most lethal environment humans have ever faced. You thought Antarctica was tough. Well, at least it had oxygen. Today, you're going to deep dive into our potential future and experience the quality of living on the moon. And spoiler alert, it's treacherous. This morning, you're taking the monorail out to your dig at the solar farms. Yeah, on the moon, everything has to have power, and solar panels are big, flat things that pack up and ship nicely. This is your first real outside gig. Rewiring solar panels, powering the prime, and inspecting ancient radioactive heater units. And you're stoked. This is an exciting time to be a loony. But that title isn't unearned. You've got to be a little crazy to live here. It's extra deadly without any shelter overhead. Micrometeorites fly faster than sniper bullets, and a single tiny asteroid going 50 miles a second can puncture your oxygen tank, crack your helmet open, or put a hole right through the middle of your skull. Every job up here is dangerous work, and humanity's needed to overcome a staggering number of threats just to stay alive. And to start, at the moon's equator, there are 14 days of darkness a month. Ugh, scary. And cold. Yeah, let me tell you what the temperature difference is. It can reach 127 degrees Celsius in the sunshine, but in the shadows, plunges to minus 173 degrees Celsius. It was starting a car at minus 30. Yeah, this is way, way worse. Plus, there's barely any atmosphere or magnetosphere, which means no protection from the sun's radiation. An abrupt solar flare will shred your DNA to ribbons. There's no air, nothing to eat, and few resupplies. But it's 2126, and humanity's figured out technical answers to most of these problems. But why? Why would anyone go through hell to build a city on the moon? Because everyone who lives up here, you included, is crazy enough to see this moon base for what it really is, a gateway to the universe. Every day feels like history, staging a flight to Mars, the belt, or beyond, or inward. Literally, everywhere in the solar system is hundreds of times easier to start the journey with a full tank from the moon. And why is that the case? Well, those small steps of Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin are the answer. Low gravity, to launch a rocket, a Earth, to achieve 35,000 kilometers per hour. 1,000 miles per hour. And that's low Earth orbit. To achieve that speed, 90% of the rocket's weight is fuel. Imagine if you had to fill 9 extra cars worth of fuel for cars to leave the driveway. But on the moon, you're walking around in 16% Earth's gravity. And it launches, makes moon, well, they're 84% easier. And not only that, but there's no
Good job to Memo. Good position. We're on the outside behind Fine Motion, rolling up. Fine Motion's moving up. We're following her, staying in draft. Good. Mm-hmm.
Store energy. Pluto is not just
Now she's attempting a slingshot.
Every day, there's always the possibility that pulse of the city could flatline because one computer
Mm-hmm.
checks all the oxygen on the back door.
And it worked.
Terrifying. And what about gravity? Doesn't physics know gravity?
Or use a side draft from power motion and slingshot.
Well, stick around until the end of the video to see details of how we solve that. So, how does the city actually survive on it? It comes down to one thing: materials, resources. Energy is one
Excuse me. That's why she didn't use her ult. Mm-hmm.
graphite
Mm-hmm.
would be at the heart of this entire system. As the largest mineral component in lithium-ion batteries by weight, graphite plays a critical role in the massive battery systems that store and deliver energy across the city, turning energy into stored life and helping keep the city alive through the 14 straight days of lunar darkness. It helps stabilize power so that nothing suddenly shuts down. But it doesn't stop there. What makes graphite so useful is how it behaves at a fundamental level. More than a mineral, it's a technological enabler, highly conductive, incredibly stable at extreme temperatures, and chemically resilient, which means it can move energy efficiently, manage heat, and keep systems running, even in harsh environments. That's why it would show up everywhere. In computing systems and data centers, AI is constantly managing oxygen, heat, and energy use. In modern communication systems, keeping a stable link to Earth in complex electromagnetic environments. Even in advanced materials, lightweight, resistant composites designed to survive extreme conditions. Now, it might sound crazy that this one mineral could be the key to so many critical systems, but this is already happening on Earth. The one company at the forefront of this graphite revolution is New Roman Graphite, or NMG. As part of a new generation of mining, they're building a fully integrated North American supply of advanced green graphite materials, extracted and refined using hydropower with a focus on performance materials, low carbon footprint, and reducing resilience on supply chains. It's honestly an exciting time for graphite, and I'm glad we can partner up with a company like NMG to explore this story. Because up until now, it's been seriously undervalued. The majority of people don't realize just how many industries rely on it and how useful it is. But the tides are turning. The government of Canada has committed to a long-term agreement covering 30,000 tons per annum of graphite from NMG over the next 7 years, alongside other offtake agreements, including Panasonic Energy and Traxys. And NMG is positioned to be the largest graphite producer in the G7. This all just proves that Western governments are really starting to see the value of graphite in helping their goals of building secure, critical mineral supply chains for energy, defense, and advanced manufacturing, all with graphite. Because the challenges we're solving up there aren't that different from what we're facing down here on Earth. Energy demand is exploding. AI and data centers are scaling fast, and the materials behind it all are becoming more critical than ever. But graphite isn't just a raw material. It's engineered, refined, built into everything from electric vehicles, grid-scale batteries, to advanced construction materials, high-performance manufacturing. In other words, it's helping power the future. If you want to learn more about how Newfoundland Graphite is making that happen, well, check out the link in the description. Now, if it works this well on Earth, let's see how it holds up on the moon. So, all NASA's had to figure out in the last century is how to safely duplicate what we have on Earth: air, water, food, heat, shelter, and not going crazy. But going crazy might not seem like a risk. We're out here for an adventure after all, but cabin fever is real. In 2011, the Mars 500 project simulated what it it would be like for a year-long voyage to the Red Planet. Crew members undergoing realistic conditions. No real-time communication with family, limited entertainment options, and limited living quarters. At first, the trip was pleasant, with participants all enjoying each other's company. And the return trip, however, basically had all participants keeping to themselves. A social ghost shoot. That was only after 1 year of a 500-day planned mission. You're up here on the moon permanently. Now, as you wander from solar panels to the original heater units, which are 95 years old at this point, you wonder, how the heck did they go from a crater to a self-sustaining city? Well, it all started back in the 30s, the 2030s, when NASA built its first habitats on the moon, if you could call them that. Now, you've lived in Luna Prime for 10 years now, so you've done all the touristy stuff. You gave the historical tour. First living quarters looked like 4 thermoses welded together with bottle caps. Now, of course, the idea of living on the moon started way before that. People have been spinning stories about it since we were munching mammoths around the campfire. Those sci-fi tales from H.G. Wells to Heinlein became a reality when Armstrong and Aldrin touched down in 1969. Yeah, they famously walked on the moon, but they also lived on the moon for 21 hours. Sure, it was in a lander with about 8 feet of living space, but 2 astronauts did report being and attempting a brief nap. In 1972, after Apollo 17, humans stopped going to the moon for a little while. But in the 2000s and 2010s, a discovery was made that switched the narrative. Water. It was discovered in the lunar soil. This made making a permanent base a lot more feasible. Because we humans need that water. The plans were drawn up to return to the moon and establish habitats. In 2026, the now legendary Artemis 2 mission became the first crewed flight around the moon in 50 years, firing up humanity's imagination for a moon landing in 2028. And by the early 2030s, NASA had people living on the moon, at least part-time. To start, they lived like Buzz Steel, in the web systems, which don't sound like a nice place to tell you that. But eventually, those blow-up thermos-style habitats became reality. It has been permanent through present. The habitats were good at deflecting solar radiation, but the process of getting in and out of them is laborious. Sticking up and leaving the habitat takes hours because lunar regolith ends up in every gas bin and pinch on every surface, and eventually everything is compression, not good. So maintenance is an essential part of moon life, unless you want to be the first grade. Within a couple of decades, once the 3D printers and water mining got going, humanity started building more permanent structures, like out of the regolith, domes, all the domes. Technology already on Earth today allows lasers to weld the lunar regolith together to create a form of lunar concrete. It uses a process similar to powder bending, where it melts the liquid powder into a molten state, which then recrystallizes and tubes.
To eat or what to eat? That is the question. Butterfinger or ice cream?
Or you can have a new Butterfinger ice cream bar.
A double treat. Double treat yourself.
People with moderate to severe eczema can have real results, like skin and
Structural ceramic, moon laser habitats. Yeah. By the time you arrived, Luna Prime was housing over 1 billion people with better transit than most Earth cities. Now, if you're wondering, how did they do it all at scale? How did they secure air, water, food, heat, shelter for 1 billion plus people? And not get everyone killed? That's a great question. And the only good answer is science. Well, technology and human ingenuity in the face of overwhelming odds. And science. It was fitting that NASA chose to build Luna Prime on the Shackleton to Gerlache Ridge near Shackleton Crater, named after the German explorer. The ridge is located by the moon's south pole.
So let's see what difference that power made.
Of the most challenging problems.
That's crazy.
First, they avoided the lethal.
As long as it's turf, I can run basically anything.
Spend half their lives in cold darkness. At the South Pole, there's always some sunlight available. The sun hangs low in the horizon all the time, casting long shadows everywhere. But it's a worthwhile trade-off. To keep you warm in those shadows, NASA brought the radioactive heater that you're checking today. Basically, pellets of plutonium in a protective container that kept machines from freezing solid. And safe-ish, but a breach unit could give you radiation poisoning. It's still freaking plutonium. If you got sick on the moon, oh, there's
And cheering right up to the back of the pace chasers.
anything ever been like on Earth. Now, up here, bring it on.
This is good.
Radiation poisoning.
She's saving stamina as well. Now she's saving stamina.
Access to solar energy 24/7, feeding into massive battery banks, which, as aside, are basically a third graphite. Nuclear reactors providing constant backup. Third, there are sites of permanent darkness near the poles that never see the light of the sun. All those
I like
craters.
that view because it showed me exactly where she was from top down. It's in great position.
Permanent darkness created a unique environment that preserves volatiles. That is, ice, which equals water, delicious icy water. As an added bonus, there are spots on the South Pole where direct constant communication with Earth is possible. No interruptions. By just choosing the right location, NASA gave Luna Prime a way better chance of success than perhaps anything else that it did. Soon, NASA started running regularly crewed missions to establish a semi-permanent base. They focused on getting gear to the moon's surface with crews or through commercial lunar payload services. Basically, space couriers, which delivered rovers and moonfall drones. And they also had to deliver basically every meal for every crew member. And needed to do it for a long time. You want to grow food on the moon? You need a lot of space, water, technology, and time. On Earth, we want somewhere in the range of 1/2 to 1 acre per person for a fully sustainable life. But that much land just isn't feasible to take care of on the moon. Walking around on the surface is cumbersome, and any trip or scratch of your suit is lights out. Hydroponics are one solution for growing food on the moon, vertically. In a temperature-controlled building with artificial light, low-gravity compatible plants can grow. So, what crops could even grow in low gravity? Well, leafy greens, peas, and vegetables have all been grown in various experiments back in the days of
International Space Station. And back in 2022, Chinese researchers aboard Tiangong Space Station grew rice grains for their complete life cycles.
Good. Great. I love it. Look at all the 2 stars and 3 stars. We got a couple of 1 stars. 3-star tail. Always great.
Harvest, well, none of your business. Food business. After a few decades of living in thermoses and enough tools to start building, grandparents tackled mass shelter.
Jesus.
And that's where all those domes built for food regolith came from. Lunar regolith is pink, sharp, sticks to everything, but it's a surprisingly useful building block full of oxygen, silicon, iron, and aluminum. That provides glass and metal for domes. Why is it always domes on the moon? Well, on the moon, everything needs to be pressurized, and domes are the most stable architecture for pressurized environments. So humans started making bricks and 3D printing domes out of regolith concrete, mined iron, aluminum, and silicon. Habitats were heavily shielded to protect loonies from micrometeorites and the deadly irradiating solar wind. After a few more decades, humanity had domes, plus oxygen, power, food, and once mining operations in the craters took off, and water. So, with all of that widely available, NASA started bringing people up to live on a more permanent basis. Lunar space elevators made getting people back and forth more feasible. Some people rotated through here at a time, but some stayed. Eventually, the habitat became a village, then a town, and then cities. And to be clear, it wasn't the only one. Down the road, China built its own city on the Sverdlovsk crater. India and Russia also built nearby. The Artemis project involved the Canadian, the Japanese, and European space agencies from the early days. So Lunar Prime always had a significant international presence. Fortunately, the moon, like Antarctica and the National Space Station before it, is generally cooperative. Mostly a necessity. Everybody knows they're in a precarious situation now. Plus, real armed combat is phenomenally deadly in pressurized habitats. If there was ever an incident or a shootout, well, let's just say the general rule is guns in space equal habitat decompression, oxygen tank explosions, fires, and everybody dies. And as the population of scientists and techs grew, well, they started to need other specialists, doctors, nurses, teachers. Yeah, that's right, kids started appearing, as they do when people congregate. In your day, it's no big deal when kids are born on the moon, right? That said, humans didn't evolve to live in low gravity, so health problems are abundant. The only solution is to add gravity back. Lunar Prime has exercise gyms, spinning centrifuges like habitats that simulate Earth's gravity. Residencies are similarly built to people from suffering the worst effects of low G. The diameter needed to sustain comfort.
So, Eliza, you, a comedian, want to...
Sell your new Jeep Grand Wagoneer. The massage seats feel like this. Well, does your husband give you enough massages? And it's seat 7, which is great because I'm dog sitting. Good drive. Waiting at 20. What's the starting price?
Starting better, 60.
All right, guys. Let's go wrap it up for tonight. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Have a good one. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed buzz. Bye. It's Country Chris, and we out here.